Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to welcome you to TopstepTV for opening call, and good job. You're at the right place at the right time. I'm Starsky, he's Hutch, and we have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that Amazon driver that stacks your packages ever so nicely on the side of your door, not in front of it. Thank you very much. So get yourself some top-notch, up-to-date market trading knowledge with our good friend, our very good friend, John, the Hoagland. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the opening call. Good morning, Eddie. How you doing this morning?
I am great. I've got packages stacked on the side of the door. Did they ever do that to you? Put them right in front of the door where you can't even open the door?
No, I haven't really noticed that. They usually kind of hide it behind this chair that's on my front stoop, so that people don't know it's there.
Yeah, and maybe I got to put like a $20 bill on a Christmas card this year or something. I don't know. But anyway, MP's back. We got power player Rip's going to be with us today. And of course, don't miss this afternoon, 12 o'clock high noon with John Hoag. He's got group coaching.
Yes, and if you do have questions, make sure you email them in. groupcoaching@topstep.com. Looking forward to being there with everybody today.
Awesome. Now, news today. We got news, so we're going to zip through it real quick here. U.S. stock futures near flat today, pairing with some early declines. Now, here's the thing. The Treasury yields to their highest level since 2007. John, what were you doing in 2007?
I was in the S&P pit, just trading them up.
Trading them up. Well, the U.S. dollar dipped today. Didn't stray too far from recent gains, as a spike in American bond yields, we mentioned, offered a support to the dollar. Dollar index, which tracks currency against its peers, was down 0.2%, but remained at near 11-month high at 107.34. Private sector, today we had our ADP forecast 89,000 jobs in September. Economists had expected a private sector to add 153, but they didn't.
Oops.
Oops is right. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, as far as the economic numbers today, you just mentioned the ADP employment. Yeah, they were looking for an additional 153,000. It came out 89,000, only 89,000. So what is the Fed going to be thinking about that? They're probably going to be thinking, okay, we're finally starting to see the job market slowing, which they've been looking for. Bad news is good news. The equities kind of knee-jerk to the upside. Again, they've paired some earlier losses. As far as mortgage rates this morning at 6 o'clock, those came out. Applications for mortgages down 6% last week. The mortgage rate rising to 7.53% from 7.41%. So as with everything, the Treasury yields rising, mortgage rates also rising. As far as what we've got for the rest of the day here, we've got 8:45, the September services PMI number coming out. 9 o'clock, of course, these are all in Central Time. We've got factory orders and the ISM services index, 9:30. For you crude traders, of course, the EIA petroleum status report. And at 10:30 Central Time today, there is a 4-month bill auction. Probably not going to be too impactful, but we do want to keep an eye on these things. Anyway, so that's going to be it for the economic numbers today. I didn't see any, and the things that I was looking at, I didn't see any talking feds today, so might be a little bit quiet as far as they are concerned.
Yeah, they need a week off. They talk one day and they need a week off, so we'll give it to them. But anyway, crude fell today. I was, as pledges, once again, Saudi Arabia and Russia continue to cut those outputs to the end of 2023. And they had a meeting this morning, very early, online meeting that kept the group's output policy unchanged. And this is coming from two sources, which I cannot name. Otherwise, they will have me swimming with the fish. So we're going to keep it that way. Also, if you haven't read the news and you just woke up and you ready to go. Kevin McCarthy is out at second base. Yeah, the speaker is weaker. And we're not sure who the next monkey with the wrench will be. So, I mean, this all comes down to market uncertainty. And if we hear anything, we'll let you know. So, Johnny, you ready to do some chatting?
Yeah. Just taking another look here. There are a couple of talking Feds today. 9:25 Bowman, 9:30 Goolsby, and then again Goolsby again at like 2:00 this afternoon. So we do have some talking Feds. Let's jump into the charts.
Charts.
Let me get started with the daily here in the S&Ps.
Okay.
Okay. All righty. So what have we done yesterday? Volume increasing in futures, not so much in the New York Stock Exchange. From what I saw, it was about even from the previous day in New York. We added 16,000 in open interest on this push down below last week's low. This is indicating new selling, new sellers, new shorts coming into the market, maybe expecting price to move lower. Some of it may be hedging in longer time frames, but it has taken us down to the weekly kickoff low, 42.40. The overnight low, 42.35.50, 4.5 points through that weekly kickoff low before finding some overnight buyers and returning back to a kind of a slightly positive tone for us to open up this morning. So what was that 42.40 weekly kickoff level all about? Well, on the continuous regular trading hour session only, that's on the continuous. Remember, there's a difference in pricing. There was a gap, a regular trading hour session gap that on the continuous chart closed at 42.40. Now, remember, the continuous chart is keeping levels when like I think it was June was the front month at this time. So the June gap closed at 42.40. That's where the weekly kickoff level came from, and it looks like we have perhaps gotten a little bit too cheap here. Now, we did add open interest yesterday. New selling, new shorts. Have we gotten a little bit too short for us to continue this move to the downside is really my question. Weekly kickoff level 42.40 is, of course, going to be pivotal. We're also kind of stuck here between last week's low and the weekly kickoff low. Take a look at this on the 30. And let's get this scaled here. All right, so we had our breakout of our bull flag. The market has now become more directional to the downside as of yesterday. We're going to be opening without a gap. We're going to be opening probably inside of value, but almost positively inside the range from yesterday. Now, yesterday's range, we had a pretty good price bar overlap in the first hour. The market then drove lower and then found a new area to balance. So I'm kind of thinking if we open, above the point of control, which is down here, right here, if we open above that point of control, we may fall into a degree of repair. We know we're waiting for the NFP and unemployment numbers on Friday. Those are the biggest numbers.
Johnny, we got the robot again.
All right, hang on. I'll be right back.
It's the gremlins. Gremlins are taking over the broadcast.
Yeah. All right. We'll see.
We got JJ speaking here somewhere.
No, the Fed joined Instagram. I was just seeing these stories yesterday. So apparently we had Jay Powell explain the 2% inflation target and why that is. Could be interesting. Got to get with the youths.
The Utes, you got that right. So we'll get Johnny back on here.
Quiet, numbskulls, I'm broadcasting.
Okay, we're trying to broadcast here. We'll get Johnny back on. Thank you very much for letting us know about the robot voice and, of course, those...
Gremlins. Yes,
yeah.
Gremlins.
Hoag, did you restart your browser this morning?
I did. It should be good now. Let us know if I've still got the robot sound. It should be good now.
I think you're doing good now.
How are we doing here? How are we doing?
Good. Echo on Hoag.
Travis says good now.
Good. We good.
All right,
Yes,
well,
ladies and
just
gentlemen, you are all our producers also.
okay, sound is good.
Okay,
Thank you,
good.
everybody.
Yes.
All right, so back to the 30-minute here in the S&Ps. We were just talking about where we're going to open in a potential repair day. What is a repair day? Well, there was a good price bar overlapping and some decent volume early in the session, a drive away from that and a new area of balance. When we open between those areas of balance, there's a tendency for the market to trade to one or both of the points of control. So, again, we're opening lower. We've got a little bit of a tweezer bar here at the high. It's going to be an interesting trading day. What else did I have to say here? Last week's low, 42.77, finding some resistance there. Overnight support, weekly kickoff low. Again, 42.40. Was kind of interested in seeing the regular trading hours trade up to the afternoon pullback high here in the S&Ps, which is 42.78 quarter. Looks like we're going to be opening below that. That might be a little bit resistant, and we're seeing some excess on these early prior to the open bars above that level. So that might be an interesting spot for us to take a look for an execution during fast markets. But again, opening in range and value, I have a tendency to try and stay patient. We'll see how the opening range looks, and if we get a real good test of that afternoon pullback high, again, that level 42.78 quarter.
Johnny, real quick here. Weekly
Yes.
kickoff levels. Question's been asked. How do you get those real quick?
Well, there's a lot of things that are involved in calculating those levels. They can be as simple as a naked point of control from the past. This particular one was to close that gap on the regular trading hour session continuation chart. That gap closed at 42.40 quarter, and it closed last night. Do we need to come down there during the regular trading hour session? That's the question. But the weekly kickoff levels, I use technical analysis. I use profile information, a little bit of math, a little bit of measurement, a little bit of chicken bones. And Rooster doesn't like when I say that. Sorry, Rooster. Oh, he just said don't say it. And some tea leaves. What I think that they are really meant for is not to really envelop a range for a particular period of time. It's where I believe the longer time frame traders, excuse me, are more likely to adjust inventories. We had a move to the downside yesterday where we added a whole bunch of open interest. Is that longer time frame inventory adjustment approaching this level? Did they come into some shorts? Did they adjust inventories in new shorts? If they did, they probably adjusted inventories in new longs in something else. They're never really outright. So, just kind of looking at this, seeing that the market traded down to it in the overnight session, could not accept, it still leads me to believe that this is an important inflection level in longer time frames, which is basically, again, just a closed gap from the continuation chart. That's mainly what that level came from this week. But again, sort of levels that I think are important in a longer time frame and may offer some bigger opportunities. Once in a while, there won't be a decision, and price will hang around and chop everybody up around the weekly kickoff level. I hate it when that happens. You have to be aware of it. But we've been pretty directional in the S&Ps for a while. I'm not looking for the market to stick around here for very long. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thanks
for the question. Great question. You guys are so many great questions. All right. Here's the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ has been holding up much better. It remains range bound where the S&Ps are more directional. So you see this range. I mean, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days, 9 days in range. So, the market state is more balanced in the NASDAQ than it is in the S&Ps. And there's a long way to go before we can get to the next area of balance in a short time frame area of balance here. But this is the balance I'm really looking for the market to drive to, should we accept below this weekly kickoff low. This weekly kickoff low, 14,610, an important inflection level. It was pretty close to last week's low. This is the second week in a row for the NASDAQ levels, for the weekly kickoff levels to remain the same. We tested to it again last night. We tested basically to the last week's low. We kind of fell a little bit through the weekly kickoff level, but this NASDAQ is a wily beast. So we bounced off of it for now. We're still range bound. Range bound rules apply in longer time frame, and those rules are along the bottom, the lower extreme, we're buyers until proven wrong. On the upper extreme, we're sellers until proven wrong. We're kind of centrally located in the range so far here today. So again, I'm going to try and stay a little bit patient. So here's the 30. Take a look at what's going on here. So here's yesterday's range. And again, we had some price bar overlap, a drive away from early attempted balance and a new balance here. The afternoon pullback high in the NASDAQ, which is the 12 to 1230 bar on this particular chart, is 14,785. Well, we looked above it. We looked to value high from yesterday. We seem to be pulling off of that. So anywhere between that afternoon pullback high and our overnight high might be an interesting area for an execution. Again, if we open between the point of control here and an assumed point of control up here, right around 14,915, then we're going to probably see the market trade to one or both of those levels today. A repair day is not out of the question, especially knowing what we've got coming out on Friday with the NFP and the unemployment numbers. That's probably the most important number of the week. So be patient. If we fall into repair, it gives you a couple of good target levels and a good potential opportunity levels. And of course, watch if we do get back down to weekly kickoff low and last week's low, it's going to be a very interesting opportunity, perhaps if we get the opportunity down there. So the overnight low was 589, last week's low 586, within 3 points of each other. All right, so interesting area here. Afternoon pullback high, overnight high, value high, also an interesting level. And if we do start to fall into repair, point of control, looking like point of control, like the TPO point of control is more like down here, and then a point of control up here as well, where the last volume was, which was, the last volume higher. All right. Crude, how are we doing on time here, Eddie?
Crude oil, we've got about 5 minutes here.
Okay. All right. So weekly kickoff low in crude oil. It's 88.20. It pulled up a little bit because we started to kind of see some range bound activity. There is a potential for market state change here in crude oil today. Everybody's been expecting $150 crude. With the dollar as strong as it is, it's making crude oil more expensive for anybody that buys crude oil using another currency. They have to convert that currency to dollars in order to buy crude. So that's making crude oil more expensive for everybody else, and again, causing questions for demand. So with a strong dollar, the demand of crude starts to come into question. And I think that's what's going on here. So we had last week's low 88.19, the weekly kickoff low 88.20. Well, where was last week's low? We had a low here. We had some highs here. This was kind of a logical place to look visibly for a potential change in open interest in longer time frames. Now, we had a decent, just okay volume yesterday, but we did have 19,000 in open interest yesterday, testing this level. So we can make that assumption with the increase in open interest that this is proving to be an important level in longer time frame. We had a big jump in open interest, maybe not huge, but a pretty big jump in open interest. That means there's a lot more traders and a lot more participants noticing where price is, and that's what we're looking for. So if we keep meaningful participation below that level, there is some space downstairs for price to go to. And I think one of the first spots I would probably look for as a target would be 84.39, 84.29, wherever this 50 session moving average is here on the daily chart. That takes us through this kind of balance area here. By the time price gets there, it might be about the low of this area of balance. So, just be cautious and keep an eye on the dollar, of course. I mean, if the dollar continues to fall off today, I think the probability of continuation is a little bit less. But again, this could be a longer time frame market state change because we are holding below weekly kickoff low. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We'll get into gold here. So overnight inventory is short. We did open with a gap. We are unable so far to close the gap. So gap rules apply. If we can't close this gap relatively early, and I do understand that it's a subjective term, it's up to us to make those choices and to take a look at that. With the gap, no gap close, participation below weekly kickoff low. What marks acceptance at a new level? Time, participation, volume, and even sometimes momentum. So at this time, the market is sort of signaling that it is accepting lower prices. Accepting lower prices. It doesn't look like the opening range is the high or the low of the session here so far. So, as far as the profile is concerned, yesterday was a normal variation trading day. The market is primed to look for new levels to facilitate trade. It did a lot of trade facilitation here. If it's used up, price is usually going to kind of wander in an auction to new levels to see if there's any business to do down there, any participation, any two-sided trade. Market's always looking for a two-sided trade, that equilibrium to where buyers and sellers are comfortable conducting business. Right now, since the 5 o'clock this morning, looks like we're pretty comfortable conducting business here, which is below weekly kickoff low, marking potential acceptance of lower pricing, the lack of the gap close. And look what we did yesterday. 1, 2, 3. We put in another touch point on the upper trend line of what we're kind of looking at as a potential bull flag. But now we're kind of getting priced down below an important inflection level. And, this trend line is going to be crossing here, sometime in the middle of the night. So if we can't get back above here and can't break out above this, I'm going to be looking for opportunities to sell strength here. Opportunities to sell strength. Gold.
Okay, gold.
All right, here we go. So, all right. Yesterday, before the open, we gave the market a B- as far as the auction process. Directional, one-time framing activity. We had, what did we do here yesterday? We had, day before yesterday, we added about 1,300 in open interest. Volume, however, was not great. Volume was a little bit higher here. Now we started losing open interest. Volume, okay. Losing open interest. Is this indicating that this downside auction is tiring? It very well might be. I'm giving you this, I'm moving the grade of this downside auction from a B- to a C, maybe even a C-. We're getting pretty close to weekly kickoff low. Again, important inflection level in longer time frames. So yeah, that's last week's low. Okay, that's correct then. Okay. What do we have as far as today? Inside extended trading hour range. I don't think we've seen this. We've been overlapping to lower by the open most of the days on this move to the downside. This marks a potential change. Potential change.
Duly noted.
Gap here? Yes. Duly noted. Okay, good. So, here's the way down. Gaps, overlapping to lower, opening lower, closing gaps, and continuing to the downside, opening in the inside, and then continuing to the downside. So we've had a lot of overlapping to lower opportunities on the way down. And again, these gaps and these naked points of control that this market has left all the way up are weak structure. They're not, it's not an organized break to the downside. It's somewhat emotional and leaving some weaker structure. So if we do pull back, and I've been kind of telling everyone to beware of the vicious opposite moves. I don't know if or when it's going to happen. Just be aware of it. So we got an inside regular trading hour range. Well, so far today we had an inside extended trading hour range. We opened in range and in value. The numbers came out. We knee-jerked. We're kind of coming back. Value low, value high, overnight low, last week's low. There's a lot of short time frame levels with which to look for opportunities here. Mm-hmm. I'm probably going to be keeping my hands off of gold today. If I were going to be trading gold, I would be very patient. Look for some sort of change. Look for either continuation to the downside to our weekly kickoff low. But if we start putting in higher highs in short time frame, be aware that this market has come a long way in a short period of time. And the opposite moves can be vicious. And of course, you're going to have to keep one eye on the dollar, of course. Okay.
All right, Johnny.
Take a deep breath. Make sure you're humble, creative, and centered today in your trading. And we'll get down to business.
You got it. Checklist, game plan. Let's have it ready. We've got Fast Market coming up next. So we're going to take a few seconds and bring on MP. Be right back. And we are back as promised. And
does everybody know what time it is?
Yes, it is time for Fast Market. And welcome back, Cotter. Welcome back, Michael Patak.
Yo,
how you doing, my man?
I'm doing well. I had an incredible weekend, and then in Chicago, I did Vegas, and then I did Chicago. Then I did Chicago pizza. So somebody asked me there about Chicago pizza. That was all great.
Did you bring us all a refrigerator magnet from your vacation?
Yeah, and shot. Remember, I always used to do shot glasses every time I traveled. It was such a important thing.
You should find like a nice collection at a garage sale now, because everybody's like, well, I want a refrigerator magnet now.
Yeah, I want a refrigerator magnet. Okay, guys, what's up? It's 1 minute.
We got a minute, so definitely let's line up the ponies here, and we'll get it going here.
It's great to have the most interesting guy, the most interesting man in trading back with us. We did miss you, Michael.
You've been here the whole time, Hoag. You're the guy, not me. You're the most interesting. I'm just here to compliment you the best I can. All right, so what are we looking for in the NASDAQ coming out of the gate that you really like level-wise? I know we have the opening range that always starts right about now.
Yeah, it's just happening now.
And there it is. And they're off.
Let's do it. All right. So, Hoagland, did you trade last week?
We did take a trade last week. We made about $500. We took a trade yesterday, made about $200. Just eking it away.
And just a reminder before
behind me.
Just a very important reminder. We got numbers coming out here in 15 minutes and in 30 minutes. So we've got PMI, S&P Global Services PMI for SEP, prior 50.5, looking at a 50.2. We'll see what happens.
Cut Luhan. We missed Deanna already. All right. I'll take it. Bring it today. Yeah, no, I hear she's pretty good. we're going to try to have her on more. So that's going to be pretty
Yeah.
exciting.
Keep your fingers crossed. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
All right. So, Michael, this is the NASDAQ 30. One of the interesting areas that I was looking at prior to the open was the afternoon pullback high, which in the NASDAQ was 14,785. We're rapidly approaching that level. We looked above it here prior to the open, but it showed nothing but excess above that. But we are putting in higher highs. We are putting in higher lows overall since we put in the low down here near the weekly kickoff low of 14,610. So this is kind of an interesting area. You got value area high from yesterday. My concern is if we start to get it up into this area, we may kind of come back up and repair this area here, which was very low volume, back up to a higher volume area up here. So interesting spot here. If what's our high right now?
Okay, cool. And then we have 60-40 pretty much on the sisters. This is NASDAQ and the S&P.
Talking about the tilt.
Okay. We got the tilt back. Nice.
Got the tilt back. Yeah. So
tilt is back.
Everybody will have the tilt
It's
here
back.
pretty soon. Well, not everybody, just certain people that.
Well, I mean, it's good to have the tilt back. It gives a little bit more light on the subject, like that.
I'm saying this is some Jack erasure here because I definitely said the tilt a couple times yesterday.
There you go. Thanks, Jack. Keeping it going.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were calling it a couple of times. That's right. My apologies.
I don't care. It's all good.
No, here's your credit, Jack. No, take it.
Here's $5. Go buy a Happy Meal.
Can you get a Happy Meal for $5 anymore?
No.
Okay, so John, we're past the 80. We're right back at the 85.
Right at that 85 level again, right?
Yeah, tilt's right there in between a 60-40 still. Let's see.
And this level is really just the market drove lower. It pulled back a little bit. It's the afternoon pullback high. This is where buyers exhausted, sellers took back over yesterday. It's an interesting level.
Well, there's no real conviction here either way on the bias. So if that tells you guys anything,
right.
Yeah. So if there's no real conviction on the bias, take note of that. Right now, we don't always have to take note of like the 80% area. And I do want you guys to start taking note of this because the goal here is the better you guys get at understanding the bias, hopefully the better you guys get at understanding how to keep your bias flexible. Flexible bias. Strong opinions weekly held.
Hey, Little Mouse, congratulations, Little Mouse, passing the trading combine and saying thanks, TopstepTV, for helping me pass. Good job, Little Mouse.
Keep a counter that every day, every time somebody's on here, it says they passed.
Let's see. Let us know. Let us know how you're doing.
Yeah.
Good or
It seems
bad.
like there's 2 or 3 that mention every day that hey, I succeeded in the trading combine today.
You did too, John? All right.
No, I'm just saying it seems like there's 2 or 3 people.
Just keep doing that, Eddie.
All right. We got another one.
We got another one. That Topstep TV really sucks. All they do is play that trumpet all day.
Well, you know what? I mean, I tell you, we've got the numbers. I mean, I wish we could have these people on saying, hey, I did it too. So let us know.
You can do it too.
You can do it.
Okay. So making new highs. Right up there.
Well, I mean, this is the S&Ps. I was just taking a look there. So go back to the NASDAQ. So yeah, we just put in a new overnight high. This is also an interesting level because it's value high from yesterday.
Right here, right now.
Overnight high. So
Right
this is,
here.
I mean, you can limit risk, but in the short time frame, the 30-minute bars have been one time framing higher since 2:00 this morning, since the London Open.
Mm-hmm. And then you got the 50s, or sorry, the 100 period and the 200 period.
Right
These
up
are
here.
simple moving averages up there. New highs here, 50-50 now, 50-50. So we did have 60-40 the long side. So good job to the 10% of the folks that took your long off, probably for a profit. Too much news. Yeah, Michael, there's some news. There's some news coming out here very, very shortly. Smash the lucky like button, as John always says. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Let's get that number
Let's
up.
get some more traders in this community.
Yeah, 720 watching right now. We got 720 voyeurs. Let's get some likes in there.
Okay, Mark. Oh, nice. Got your XFA opened on Monday. Already up.
Nice.
Two. What are we calling them? 2 stacks? No. 2 racks.
Oh, I didn't get that memo.
Right?
Yeah.
A rack.
I played with some racks in Vegas, and I gave some racks to a couple of the influencer guys that were around. They proceeded to tear it up at the table. I'll tell you that story more. Yeah, I was at Isaac Suffren. You guys have heard him. He's been on here as a power player, I believe.
Yes. You did that interview, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I did. He had a really cool trader event in Vegas. Danny trades. He's a kid out of California. He was there. Jordan was there. Not Michael Jordan, but yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah. I'm interested to hearing how it went.
Was Nelly there?
And you were last couple of days you were at a conference here in Chicago, right?
Then I went to a conference here in Chicago, yeah. But
did you run into my old customer?
Miriam? Is that it? No.
Tony Vitale?
No, didn't meet up with Tony.
Okay. I just thought maybe there'd be a chance.
I played Craps Eddie with Joe Torre and then John Hamm.
Wait. Joe Torre, the old Yankee Met manager?
Uh-huh.
Really?
It was just me, him at the craps table, and then 2 of his buddies at the other end. I didn't know it was Joe until the new
yeah, he's pretty old.
Craps guy came out and was like, "Hey guys," he must have known him before, and then he turns to like, "Where's Joe?" And then points down the other way, and Joe had his hat like this, so clearly that's how he was playing. Yeah.
It's not like he's a runway model or anything nowadays, but
yeah,
trading information. The opening ranges are the low of the day in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ.
That's good to know, guys.
Looking to short.
Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay, so not looking to short because
Not looking to short.
Not yet. Pullbacks are missed or not there, right?
Well, I mean, what I'm looking for here, I mean, this is the NASDAQ profile, low volume nodes, pullbacks to low volume nodes.
Yeah, yes, guys, pullback to low volume nodes are always, sorry, I would never say that again. In my experience, pullback to low volume nodes, trading with John are fairly good entries. Nothing's for sure.
They let you limit risk. That's the reason I like them. Anything that limits my risk, I'm good with.
808 is JT saying. Okay, so we have this rally happening since what time in the morning? Since 2:30 in the morning, Chicago time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, London buyers came in. Just wonder when the London buyers are going to fall down.
I like it. Coming out of the gate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mike,
It was Hoag's joke, I think.
No. When you're a dad, every joke you tell is a dad joke.
Yeah, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It goes with the territory, right?
Absolutely.
I do it with my kids. They're 5 and 4, and the 2-year-old doesn't know a joke yet, except when you push her belly button or something in or something.
Wow.
And she laughs.
You like the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Right? That's exactly what she does. Okay, so we like a pullback, and the pullback from low volume nodes around here is what?
Right here.
We got 5 minutes here.
5 minutes remaining.
But I would much prefer the center of the range down here.
Where's that?
Center of the range is 14,791 if I get that opportunity.
14.
And if that doesn't, then we've got another low volume node inside the opening range.
Okay.
And if that doesn't work, I quit.
Yeah, don't quit so fast.
I
need a
I
trade.
love this too much.
Yeah, I got long just an 06 right there. 06,
Okay.
07.
Nice.
Yeah, just a one. I'm just gonna get soft, and I'm gonna start sizing up a bit for you guys too. And I'm saying that because I want to get you guys' thoughts. We're gonna be bringing in some of the stats of the best trading traders, and their hold times are. We'll find out. But I always thought it was around the 20-minute mark, and I'm gonna try to get my John. I'm gonna need your help to get me around that type of hold time, average winner
time frame.
Longer time frame, hold times, average winners, average losers, and win rate.
Mike, what's your position right now? Where are you?
0675. 0675. 0675.
Okay. Because we have to
I'm
put it
I
on the
am-
screen.
Yeah, I am sharing my screen, so we can do that. So in the money, those who said the 08s? Those 08s are holding up a bit. John liked the 91s, but our first pullback on this strong rally was
GT
decent.
Irby.
Yeah, it was decent. It was 20 handles. It pulled back from 33s at 34s. All the way. Yeah.
What's the level on your 100 SMA, the white line? What level is that?
That is
100.
14,834.
Okay, there you go, Hoop.
36 even. All right, back at my 06s. Should I have taken profits or not? John, I have a 15 handle stop in here, or I did. I think I pressed the cancel button. Sixes to let's go 90s.
I mean,
yeah,
you're kind of in that. You're kind of in at a high volume node.
Yeah, that's one. It was good till it wasn't.
Right.
Crude getting a little heavy here. Same thing here.
Hey, John,
with
sorry,
gold.
what time's that number at?
We got a minute here.
Yeah.
I don't like
8:45.
I don't like having positions on during numbers. I'm not trading with a position on during numbers.
Oh, we'll see here. We've got our S&P Global Service PMI, and then 15 minutes after that, factory orders. We've got our ISM non-manufacturing PMI. We got a lot going on here today.
I covered that, guys. So the 806.75.
Small loss.
Small loss. Yeah, that's a whatever. The numbers coming out. You see how thin it gets? See how whippy it gets? I mean, I know NASDAQ always gets whippy. But
Did you see our ADP earlier this morning, Michael?
Or what?
Our ADP, non-farm.
I did not.
89,000. They were expecting 153,000.
Yes, I saw it. Isn't that supposed to be good news, though?
Bad news is good news.
Yeah.
All right.
The knee jerk was certainly to the upside when it came out in the equities.
The knee jerk right up to your chin.
Yeah.
We'll see what we got here.
All right. See how thin it gets, guys? Well, watch my NASDAQ on the right. See how thin that is?
Look at this.
Algos and bots and anybody who's making see that? That is, see how thin it is? That's why I don't tell people or like to even have a position on when there's numbers coming out. It's just, I mean, it's a crap. And you get these whips, so you get your stops run super easy. And if you say I don't run stops on
coming out at 50.2, so I'm sorry, 50.1. So they were looking at 50.2, prior 50.5, coming out 50.1, not really much. So
let's see.
There you have it.
So volume nodes down here, John, are in the 91s. That would be fairly good.
We're back in the opening range in the S&Ps in a very kind of here, look at the profile in the S&Ps. Volume, no volume.
Where's that?
This is interesting here.
Where's that at? 42, 72?
72, 73, right where it is.
83 even. Okay. Mark Swing, he's unafraid. Scared money don't make money, Andy. You're right.
No, it's true. You got another successful trading combine.
There
Somebody,
we go.
somebody was DR was passed yesterday.
DR, hell of a job. All right, we're coming down here to the O1s. They're pulling back. I like pullback plays. I like patient plays. I like pullback plays because it's been strong. John talked about low volume nodes down here in the 90s. This is the 790s that I'm talking about. John also talked about it on the S&Ps, which was the 70 right here, right now, right?
Yes, 71.
So these are, I mean, this is why again do you like volume or low volume nodes as a good entry?
In directional markets, they tend to be either support or resistance. You know, if we're going to continue with this move to the upside, I would look for an opportunity on a low volume node to use that as support.
Okay.
Right. So here, let me show you the trade we took yesterday in the S&Ps. 81.
Hey guys, if you got levels as well, share them in here and give a reason though. So that somebody's looking at it, you just don't go, "Oh, I like the 806s evens." Well, okay, why?
Yeah.
Why?
No, buy. Let us know why.
Cravers, buy.
So here's the trade we took yesterday, Michael. The market came down, C period opened up, it came up and right up to this low volume node. I sold it at 81.25.
Oh, that's a good sell.
And then, you know, we didn't stick with it too long. We took a little bit of money, but look what it was worth. So that's like, you know, in a directional market, coming back to low volume nodes can provide resistance on the downside, you know, if you're moving lower, and support if you're moving higher. Dang it.
We got to put a community trade on. Guys, you down with a community trade? I don't know if we're going to do it right now, but I want to get an account open and make it a Topstep's community trade. Of course,
like make Hoag money.
Kind of like make Hoag money, but it's going to be our prop firm. It's going to be a house account on our prop firm. You guys are going to help make Topstep money. But we'll be executing. But I think I'm kind of interested in seeing what you guys, and then we'll do a poll. Or like an hour into the market, hey, where do you guys think the market's going to end up for the day? We'll put that position on. Let's see if it's right.
The vote from the people. Anthony is sharing. He's looking long ES at 42.8475. That's on the break with the PP pullback at VWAP. Looking short close below VWAP with a retest.
See, I'm busy talking and you know, I said, you know, it might be an interesting opportunity down here around 73, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
and then NASDAQ snuck its way up to the 20s, 30s. So
did we get down to that 91 level or close to it?
We did not. We got down to just well, yeah. I mean, you could say yes because it went down to like 95. So yes, it did. Close.
So that's the I call them volume shoulders, Michael. You know, you get a low volume node here at 91. Anywhere between the high volume node here and the low volume node is your entry area.
Yeah. Don't slouch.
You get you know, then your risk is the other side of the low volume node, closer to a high volume node on the other side.
So that's around the 90s. What's up, Patrick? Boom, baby.
Well, Caesar's talking about the 43.95s in the S&Ps and the 4,300s on the upside ES because of single prints.
Hold on, 43.90.
Single prints. Yep, very good. Very good.
So there's a gravitational pull to the upside, is what you're saying today so far?
Basically, these single TPOs, if we start getting into them,
crude heavy.
Something may have changed. And you know, I talked about this on the prep. You know, the point of control is here from yesterday. We traded to it right on the open. If we stay above this, there's a good probability that the market can come back up and come back into this price bar overlay. What whoever it was talking about is these single TPOs. So that takes us up to 4,300, basically. Okay, that's if we can hold above this point of control. We got to keep the opening range the low of the day.
Well, it's coming back down the shoulders. Hey, Patrick, what'd you put on today? 5-minute trades and calling it a day this early in the day. I love. That's trader lifestyle. I'm going to get a truck. That's like, well, I mean, I'm a country boy, so I'd say a country boy, trader lifestyle. But hey, all right. I like it from the long side right on this pullback. No, I got nothing on that tilt. 67% short in the NASDAQ, but that's pretty light. But we're going to pull one on. We're pulling on
almost 70-30. That's a good.
So here's that low volume node in the NASDAQ. I mean, we're right on it.
Let's see.
You know what? I'm going to take a long here in the S&Ps.
I'm going to take the long on the next.
I don't know why.
Next little pullback
range. 66.5 is where my stop's going to be. So we're long 71.5 in the S&Ps.
Okay, I'm long 90s or 89.5. 2 lot.
Striker, $162. That's good. That's a good start. Striker out of my 42.72s long for $162.
162.
It's good.
We do have
something
more numbers here. 9 o'clock factory orders and ISM.
Top of
I don't think I'm going to fall in love with this trade.
Well, you don't have to fall in love with it.
You can just date it for a little bit.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. I don't know if your wife likes these analogies, but hey.
Who are you talking to? What do you mean? I'm doing the show, honey. I'm doing the show.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So long from 90 still. I got long 3 lots. Oh wow! Look at that ripper. Thank you. There's $800.
You filled?
Yeah, on all 3 of them.
Nice.
Wow. Good job.
Yeah, that was 15 handles very, very quickly. And guys, it did go off the shoulders. You can share my screen if you like. It did go off the shoulder, John's shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
So that was fun. And then some stop must have ripped it because I got a 7s. What did I get? I got 90. So 7 would have been a slippage to the upside. Thank you very much for slipping me into better out. But
right. So I'm gonna take this and get myself a nice little
you got
little cushion, and then we'll see what happens after 9 o'clock.
All right, we're the long equity boys.
All right, there you go. Nice. Welcome back. Actually, while you were gone, we contacted the CME and said, you know what? Can you sort of, as he puts a trade on, can you sort of push the market his direction?
Yeah.
You got to do the trumpet, Eddie. We need the trumpet every time something exciting happens.
Every time, I'm gonna get I'm gonna have people with pitchforks and torches at my front door soon. Yes. I mean, somebody's here for you.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Yeah.
I'll be the first one in line, Eddie.
You guys ever watch The Office where Dwight goes against the computer? Dwight goes against the computer, and Andy Bernard keeps using the what's that horn thing they use with the, you press on it and it goes. Rrr. Every time we make a sale and
Air horn.
Yeah. Every time we make a sale and beat the computer, they cheer, but then. Work shut off and the computer kept selling. So
yeah, that's what my dad wanted to name me. He wanted to name me Air, and my mom said no. He said, "How about Fog? No. How about French? No." So they call me Edwin. So
Edwin, I like Edwin.
Foghorn would have been a cool name.
So here's that channel in crude. somebody was asking about.
Oh, time. We got 5 minutes here.
Ooh, bat phone. Eddie's.
Yes, we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So I'll give the old 5 minutes.
5 minutes remaining.
And we got a few, so this one might turn the blender on. We shall see if it turns the blender on.
Opening range remains the low of the session in the equities.
Yeah.
Still looking for opportunities for longs.
So that means pullbacks are interesting to find here.
Right, but that can change in a heartbeat at 9 o'clock.
Trade in a heartbeat at 9 o'clock, correct.
Yeah, we've got, let's see here, PMI, ISM non-manufacturing September. They're looking at a 53.6 non-manufacturing prices. We have that also. We've also got Panetta. I almost said Pantera. ECB's Pantera. They'll be rocking out here in about 3 minutes.
I forgot to put my my losing day on last week.
I'll say you're doing it all wrong, son.
I'll say, boy. You're a chicken hawk.
I'm a chicken hawk and you're a chicken.
Yeah, I think I could tell last week. No, I didn't trade on Friday.
You didn't trade on Friday?
No, I did not trade on Friday. I gambled on Friday. I did the I did the thing that traders don't like to do, like consistently profitable, good traders, which I'm gonna get to the consistently profitable. We're working, getting back our Titanic type engine wheels spinning again, and wake my trading up from years of not active trading. But boy, those days of active trading and driving into work, I'd have music like getting me going, get my trading jacket, get my tablet, going to the trading pits. He bid 500.
All right, let's go back in time, folks. All right, we're going back in time, back to the trading floor, back to when Michael was trading in the pit.
I would grab the jacket. I would say a prayer.
Kicking, punching, spitting, cursing. Yeah, I mean, I broke my ribs twice.
You did.
In my career there.
Eddie broke it, guys. Eddie broke his ribs twice in the trading pit, right?
I had my eye lacerated by a trading card.
You know, yeah, that's the one I remember so vividly well that you always say, and I cringe every time you say it.
Oh my God,
I know, right?
Fast market too. There was no room for crying.
Yeah.
There's no crying in fast market.
And guys, fast market came from the trading pits. And John, you're a broker. Eddie, did you ever yell up there and go, fast? What is it like this? Fast market?
Oh no. I was too busy focusing. I was too busy worried about myself.
Yeah. Selfish bastard.
Okay, we got inside a minute here.
Fast market.
All right, inside a minute.
Oh, they were pretty quick on putting that stuff up. Yeah, they were pretty quick on putting it up on the board.
Oh,
Big old
man.
F right in front of the.
Yeah, when it was fast markets, man, that was fun. Tilt, yes. Zeke trades, nothing. Well, 67% short Nasdaq, 55% short S&P, 32% short crude oil.
All right, here we go. Here we've got the PMI at 53.6. Exactly, they nailed that one. ISM prices for September 58.9. Some of the lesser ones, we've got the non-manufacturing employment ISM September 53.4. Factory orders coming in at 1.2. They were looking at a 0.2. That was month over month for Augustus. And yeah. And ECB's Pantera is speaking, so maybe that might affect some of these European markets. We'll see. Coming up in 24 minutes, and FOMC member Bowman. He'll be here. And don't forget crude traders.
So
30 minutes crude oil
yeah.
inventories.
Yep, 84 evens, John, down here. Is this another, you still like the pullback play? Or we're letting the market
as long as the opening range remains the low of this session.
I got long 86s. We'll give it another good little
How many?
just one on this one.
Okay.
It's light. The markets are still digesting the news. Why would you load up? Is my thinking. This is stream
Good
account.
idea.
Yeah. So just a one guy, one car. I had to teach some of the younger traders at the event in Vegas what they're calling them cons, John. Cons.
Cons?
Got it. Okay, I got the 15 there. So that hit too.
Nice.
Yeah, they're calling them cons. Hey, I've had 20 cons on. I go, guys, the cars.
Or contracts.
And they're like, yeah,
I used to trade in
cons.
jail.
Yeah, I know. That was a quick 15 handles that I got out on. Now it's back to my.
That was pretty tasty.
That was tasty.
Yeah.
Next
Hey,
time do
Dale.
100.
Dale took in $800 today. Dale Overton, long NASDAQ, 14,788. Took a quick 8. Nice. Good job.
Yeah, so 800 up. Dale, is it Dale? What'd you have on position-wise? Because I've traded a 1 lot, then I traded a 3 lot, then I did a 1 lot.
We're taking out the low of the opening range here in the S&Ps. Be careful.
Okay, so now, thank God I had just a little bite in and out. 15 handles. I have a 15 handle stop, 15 handle target. I may adjust some of these, John, as I start talking to you a bit more.
Yeah, we're gonna try and kind of expand your profit targets when we've got a really tasty looking situation.
Yes.
Yum.
So going back to what I was saying, Dale, what I was saying over there too. 1 lot, 3 lot, 1 lot. And so I'm up 900 right now. This isn't about like, oh, I'm trading well, but it is about the fact that like you can size down. Anybody's like, oh, like I got to go big size. You don't have to do anything except get great entries and hit your profit target and watch your downside.
Management.
Yeah, risk management.
Hey, we've got over 1,000 people watching right now, and we've only got 271 likes. What's going on here?
Yeah,
I don't know.
The like button's lucky. John said it in the morning.
There, hit that like
I
button.
hit
Let's
like
get
button.
that number up. I don't know. What can we do? Let's to get that number up here.
Face tattoo.
No, if we get that number up,
Yeah, Will wants me to get that Michael Tyson.
well, whatever. I'm going to. We'll put on a big position, and then we'll all like be a part of it. It kind of could be really fun. Now, Topstep's going to take the heat on it, but that could be fun. Or we could just go back to John spiking his hair, but that might be a little bit.
I just got it cut. It's not going to be as good.
Hey, Josh, fix Rhythmic. Yeah, if anything's happened with Rhythmic, just let our team know. I was actually with the CEO of Rhythmic on Monday. So we are always at the mercy of our third-party partners. So, yeah. And I think whatever happened, yeah.
Well, I think for start, Eddie has some new accoutrement, correct? That we could have Eddie sport a Packers hat for the remaining of the week.
Eddie won't.
No way. No.
Yeah.
It's poisoning.
It's poisoning. Yeah. You would curse the Bears worse than they've ever been cursed, and I don't know how that could happen.
It would have to take at least 800 likes if I was going to do that. At least.
Well, then that would have to be a lot of Packers fans in here, and I would shut down TopstepTV if there was that many Packers.
I want to see it do it, so I almost want to say 600, and if you get to 700, we could record like a short video of you with it saying.
Yeah, you know what? If we get that many, I really don't want to wear anything Packers, but I'll wear a green and yellow pastry.
What about you? Just said I don't want to wear anything. That's why. Then you cut out. Well,
I don't want to wear nothing. I'm not wearing. I'm commando every day. Just so you know.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, John. Excuse me. Down here in the Nasdaq, it's 75% short right now. So here's a little lesson. It's 75% short. Is this a good place to get in for a long? Do you want to ride the shorts? John just talked about the S&P making break. What was it? The lows
Took out the low of the opening range.
took out the low. But they're like, who cares,
And it's
Michael?
building volume down there.
Yeah.
But the NASDAQ hasn't yet.
Yeah, and where's that at, real quick? Because it's
The low
selling
of the
off.
opening range is 14,749.
749, and we're trading 60s ish. I do like it from the long side right here. I like it still from the long side. So I was talking about the S&P, guys, because it made the new opening range low, broke the opening range low, and they move hand in hand. Hence the fact, and Jack, you can bring it over to my screen. Hence the fact or keep it on John's. He's showing the John, move it over so it's not covering up.
Oh, yeah, I got it behind that. So there's the low of the opening range right there. We took it out. We're starting to build some volume down there. But if we reject it, that's going to look really good for the NASDAQ because the NASDAQ has been holding up much better.
Much better. And it already picked up like 15 handles since we talked. So and it's 67% short. So maybe those 75%. 75% gets close to 80. 80 is a bigger number in the tilt world. The tilt is all of the open positions we have at Topstep. In the sim environment, we don't share our live traders, the ones that we back live. We share everybody in the sim environment. That's XFAs, that's Combine. All you guys are motivated to be correct anyway. So let's share this data, just like I'm motivated to be correct. And my bias, I'm going to share with you my bias. And we all get an idea of what the market does when the bias tilts, hence the name tilts really far one direction. We have seen
Daniel Anderson, I see your question. I do want to get to that. I'm going to hold on to that for you. And
John, take it. That's really all I got. If you guys have other questions on tilt, then I'm
right. So Daniel Anderson has a really good question here. John, are the low volume nodes plays only for current day single prints? Because I noticed if the single prints were from previous day, then they ran through. So the volume profile, I'm a market profile guy. Volume profile in directional moves is the only time I really focus on those low volume nodes. It's the current day low volume nodes in directional markets is really the only time I kind of focus on those low volume nodes. I mean, the S&Ps took out the low of the opening range. Let me make sure we can see this. Took out the low of the opening range. We started building volume. This then becomes resistance. Okay, the market came up here. I said, well, it looks like it might be rejecting, but it didn't. It didn't get back up into the higher volume area up here. So it is continuing to move to the downside.
John, I just got long, but then I just got 15 handle stop hit. That was pretty damn quick.
Just took out the low of the opening range. You know there's going to be a bunch of stops there.
Yes, I know, and I got one on. So clearly, I am now buying pullbacks. Still, but as you said, though, taking out the low of the opening range doesn't make this pullback very. Let's just say the probability of it going to the high side just went down a bit. Long side, I should say. Okay, now it's 75% of folks are short. So that could be, and I'm long at 46.75.
Hey, John's going to have group coaching today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to post it in there. I know Fred said he's got a question, so he's going to have a question for group coaching today at 12 o'clock. So I just put the link in there. If you want your questions answered first, use the email address.
I got out. Why did I get out? All right, I've covered that one for literally a scratch.
So coming up here in about 20 minutes, we've got our EIA. We also will have Danny with Crude. Andre's going to be in for Shop Talk. We'll have Mick with Shoulder Tap. Got a funded trader. Rips going to be our power player today. And we'll have our top quiz with Bonnie and Jack. And then, as I mentioned, group coaching with the Hoag, 12 o'clock noon.
Yeah, yo. 70% shorts now in the sisters. 70%.
Okay.
Tom Sabo, his question: if I reach my daily profit target, but I still see high probability setups, should I take them or should I just stop trading for the day? I mean,
go to micros.
If you have a daily profit target, I mean, it might be a little bit limiting as to what you're going to be able to accomplish over time. But when you reach that daily profit target, ensure that you're going to remain a plus player by the end of the day. If your profit target's $1,000, risk 500 of it. Or you can even do something like, if I take another trade, if it's a loss, then I'm done.
Manage it. I mean, if you get that itch to trade practice account, I know I'm saying the practice account, but you know, hit the cages. You know, game's over. You want to still hit? Practice.
Oh, there are players that do that, and they are usually your pro ballers. So that's definitely something to think about. There's your analogy with sports already out of the gate. Hey, John, that long was really nice. And guys, when I said I got long, and then I couldn't hold it, I got long around the 46s.
Let us know. Let us know levels.
No, I'm not long anymore, but
okay.
I got out early. I gave back a lot of my day with that 2-lot because I wanted to size up because I was seeing the market. 2-lot that I hit 15 handles.
Ripped to the downside.
Ripped to the downside, and then stopped me out where I got just got long again. So hold on, stop me out where I wanted to get long at a better price.
Right.
40.
I hate that when that happens.
Yeah. I mean, it's already up. I mean, I'm already feeling a little bit of anger.
Well,
hey boys, Storm's got a question here.
Recenter.
Right.
Storm's asking, how do you know when to take a reversal trade on a pullback versus if the stock is going to keep dropping? I don't want to step in front of a falling knife. What's a good indication there?
Well, we're not talking stocks, so I just want to correct that. Equity indexes, which is stocks, but I just wanted to clear that. So if somebody's like, hey, you're talking stocks, I thought we're trading futures. But this is equity indexes. I don't want to step in front of a falling knife. Yeah, you know, I've been talking pullbacks here. So the falling knife to me hasn't even started to fall. So just because we got the first big pullback doesn't mean it's a falling knife. That's my thought. Couple good longs came into here, and then and I'm saying this because I didn't look at this as a falling knife. I looked at this as like a good pullback that was looking a little scary to some folks, being like, no, it did this. But I still liked it from the are we going to continue our move to the upside that we've been doing since 2 a.m. Chicago time. So that's kind of like my thinking.
I think the idea is you're still trading with the trend.
Yeah.
If you're buying weakness in an uptrend or selling weakness in an overall downtrend.
In a downtrend.
You know, yesterday what we saw when we were talking about the tilt is it was clearly a down day, just bar after bar after bar going lower and lower, people loading up, people puking, people loading up, people puking. And then at some point, a small percentage of the people who are picking bottoms got paid a little bit, but the move there yesterday was still to sell the strength that happened in the afternoon, and it sold off to new lows.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now look at Jack. I'm out for a little bit, and you just come in here and you John Madden the
John Madden.
Yeah.
Well, I have a little chip on my shoulder because I came on and was saying when they were getting loaded up again before that little spike that I wouldn't be in there catching the knife here, and then it went up a little bit, and someone was like you know you freaked me out of that trade. I was like, okay, everyone's been puking this the whole day, and then what does it do? It goes up a little bit and then goes down to new lows.
Look, nobody should get you in or out of a trade. Period. Unless it's your broker, that means you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, right.
Right. Honestly, guys, nobody should get you in or out of a trade. And if you're looking for that from somebody, I'm looking to get long on this next pullback.
Savage here on YouTube, Michael, says walk away, MP.
Yeah, I just got long 83. Sorry, Savage.
You did.
Long 83s?
Yeah. This one's light and tight. But you know what happens with light and tight trading when I do that? It's not been something I've been too proud of. Because I'm either getting out when it then rips my way, like it just happened. Like I would have picked up 15 handles on that last 46s that I was short from or long from. I like this continuation to the upside, but you know what? The markets have now stopped me out.
Hey, Anthony's asking, Michael, how many trades? What's your average on trades per day?
I don't know, 10 maybe?
10?
Something like
Okay.
Okay, there's a stop out at 68, and it's trading.
So the answer is we never know what the outcome of anything is going to be.
No, we don't.
Everything is probability and hypothesis.
Yep. So don't follow anybody. Do your own probability and hypothesis feeling. That takes a shitload of screen time. Oh, shit. I went to center and I just got double filled. Don't like that. Don't like a double fill. All right, so I am long from 66.75. Now, if it goes down to test those 46 again, so where I got long, then I'm going to be just stepping away and going hands off for a little bit.
There's your 46s right here. Below value.
Scoot it over, Johnny.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep doing that. 46.
All right, I got one of them.
You're long now?
I was long from 66, so two lots. I just got one.
So hour one.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let this one run. This one I'm taking off. Jack, if you know Eddie, I'm letting one run, and basically what that means is I'm taking my profit target off, still keeping my 15 handle stop where it is, just in case the market wants to come down and breathe around my entry.
Which it does tend to happen.
Which does tend to happen. So 66 minus 15 is 51. That's where my stop's going. I had to cancel all.
Well, we've got one of our friends, Market Stalkers, is at Deanna. Long crude from 67 will close before EIA in crude.
Hi, D.
Nice.
If it is, I'm not sure. Market Stalkers. That's her team over there.
That is D.
Okay. Still have the long from 66. Covered one of the longs at 78. It's trading 81s. I like the pullback. We talked about a pullback. 63% of NASDAQ folks are short.
That's it.
So I went home back to I have a place in Chicago still. I got a bunch of hats. I got all these hats. This is my grandpa's vineyard. He did. You know, it kind of was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in Nebraska, guys. Yes, you can grow grapes in Nebraska.
Yes, you can.
Oh, sandhills, man. That's a good mix of soil. People don't know.
Wow.
But
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Ta-ta.
What was the name of his wine that the label?
There's Edelweiss he had.
Edelweiss.
Edelweiss, yeah. Of course, Nebraska Red was one.
It sounds like a football call. Nebraska Red.
I mean,
2.
The winery is fairly close to Memorial Stadium. You see, they had 90,000 fans come to a volleyball game.
That was a bit ago. Yes, 90K, the record.
That was a little. That was a little
sporting
I
event.
mean, it still got them there, but I heard it was a little bit of a stunt to get the news too. But you still had to get 90,000 people.
What, did Taylor Swift show up there or something?
No. But I mean, she would pack. Yeah. Shifted. I didn't get out. I'm still long one. I was long two, and I'm long down here at the 66s. Jack, if you do want to move over there. Oh, you can see that on my screen, but you can share my screen. I got long from the 66s. It is pulling back a bit now. I shaved one off. I had two. And yeah, so now I'm sitting with the one looking for more of a runner. You can see down here. 66s was where I was. Is long still? 58. I really feel as though it's going to come back and test this like the markets tend to do.
Well, I mean, this is your runner. So, I mean,
this is my runner. And if I scroll all the way down here, you can see here's my 66s and here's my 15 handle stop all the way down here. So I'm, this one I'm liking on the pullback, all the reasons I mentioned 5 minutes ago on the pullback.
So you mean your inside value still in the opening range? I mean, this is so early in the session still.
So early in the session, yeah.
I mean, it's still in the initial balance. I mean, did I say opening range? I don't know.
Here's your coming back and testing my entry. Here's your testing. Those shorts that are in here, I've read you guys. You guys are in the chat. You're short. That's fine. That's what's great. You guys have your own bias. Everybody needs their own. Teach a man to. Why is my
Josiah fessing up and props to Josiah. Got burned earlier on the SNNQ. Stepping away for some coffee. Well, Josiah, if I was there, I'd buy your coffee for you, man. Good decision. Come back and see what happens. Josiah.
We met when I was in Florida.
You met him in Florida? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he picked me up at the airport.
No way.
Yeah.
What a cool dude.
Yeah.
Where'd he drop you off? In like the Everglades?
The condo we were staying at.
Picked you up at Terminal 1, dropped you off at Terminal 2.
Sorry, I thought you were my mother-in-law.
The end of the sidewalk down there.
There you go. Michael, Jim's asking a question. Jim Carlton.
Yes.
Do you find it a challenge to trade live with everyone watching or by yourself? Hoag mentioned the challenges yesterday.
Yeah, you know what? There's a question, there's an answer on both of those. By myself, I think I would find more tendencies to overtrade. Doing this with you guys, see, it's going to challenge. It's challenging my entry, testing this area again right here on the 5 minute, but then also coming back here. I am still liking it from the long side, but as you can tell, it is coming down here and it's testing this area. My stop is right around here. I still like it from the long side, but it's still testing. And there's my stop. So now I'm down on the day and the markets are continuing. So good job on you guys that are short.
Yeah.
Take those shorts. 75% of people are short in the S&P.
Wow.
John, what's the low volume node down here? Low volume node.
Well, in the NASDAQ,
Yeah.
I mean, regular trading hours, that's it.
What do you mean right
You want
here?
to add the overnight? Well, here's yesterday. I don't know if I have the overnight on here.
54. Get back
I
in.
know I have it here. Hang on a second.
Well, Savage, 400 away from passing the combine, going to walk
Good
away.
job.
Nice.
Okay, so here's today, NASDAQ. Here's our overnight.
No, we can't see, John.
Oh yeah, we're on your.
I need price levels because I don't.
Okay, hang on a second.
All right. Crude traders, just a heads up here.
5 minutes remaining.
John, so I got back into that trade where I got stopped out because I still like it. So I'm long at 54 now.
I don't hate it.
I'm still. I liked it as a runner. I'm going to keep it on a bit. I might even add to this position because winners add to winners, but I don't have that as good a cushion as I had earlier. I don't
You're
like
right up against the low of the session, and that's cheap.
Yeah, so that's also where I got stopped out. So as you guys, I talked about it coming down to retest. It did retest, and I could have moved my stop up, trailed, or moved it up to break even, and then looked for a better entry, but I didn't. And the low of that move was it 43?
Had you moved it up to break even, it would have taken you out long before you would have gotten stopped out on your original stop.
Yeah.
Which is what kills me when if I move a stop up and it comes and hits the stop, never hits my initial stop target, and then the trade plays without me. It's aggravating.
So, MP, what's your position? You're long.
I'm now long from 54. So the 60, yeah, you got it up there. The 60, 66s I got stopped out on. $54.64. Daniel, I kind of like it up to the 800s. I kind of like it up to the 5 minute made the range 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to the 90s a few times. But I'm not counting these chickens before they're hatched.
It sounds like somebody's stepping on
I'm
a
letting this
chicken.
one run, but I like it up at the 800s. And I like it up at the 90s too. It's only 66% of folks are short right now.
You're still up on the day, right?
Yeah, I mean I'm up small. I need to be a little bit more. I mean, I was up like 900, so I put a couple more on, and then I lost those. So that's
more on trade.
Well, I didn't put more on, but the more on trade, John, is when you have a trade on it goes against you, and you put more on. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, coming back here, testing my entry again. This is where trading gets fairly tough because you have it in the money. You like this position on a little bit longer on the time frame of holding, but now it's ripping through, and my stop is down here at 39s. Why trade when it's choppy? Some people can see it as choppy. Some people can see it as
I mean, it's I think
it's another man's range.
Yeah,
it has to do with experience too. I mean, have you traded in a choppy market?
Yeah,
some of us haven't.
Yeah, and are you reading the market where it's choppy, or you're reading where it's clean? So this is here. Why do I have a working order here? Okay.
All right, we got 2 on our EIA. If you've got a position in crude, you don't want it there, check, double check, triple check, CYA, and we'll see what happens here. Danny coming up here in just a few minutes with So Crude, and we'll see what he's got up his sleeve. We'll get this number out real quick.
There you go. So that stop got run real freaking quickly. 36s, 30. So here's your 50, 17s.
They're expecting negative 446,000. The prior was negative 2,170,000. So
let's take a little bit of a break, Michael. Don't get into anything too aggressive here.
All right. I said I'd take a break after this. I'm going to run the restroom. I will be right back.
Yes. So what were those numbers again, Michael? Eddie, sorry.
That's me. The expectation's only negative 446,000. I mean, prior in crude oil inventories was 2,170,000. So the EIA distillate stocks also sort of skewed. We'll see here. The number should be coming out any second here, and here it is, 9:30. Hello? Where are you there? Negative 2,224,000. So the forecast was way off. That's what you get when you let an intern It's like, hello, intern. Hello.
Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think with fly fin.
Yes. Big swing and a miss.
I lost internet for about 1 second there, I think. So let me.
Oh, goodness. Check your pulse. God forbid.
Right?
Gasoline inventories. It must have been the same intern. Forecast 161,000. It comes in at 6,481,000. Somebody isn't getting a free lunch today. I'm going to tell you that right now. Who put those numbers up? Who put those numbers up?
Bueller.
All right, so this is where it gets frustrating. I just did 20 push-ups. This is where it gets hella frustrating. Like a little bit of an FU, and I don't know what that really means, so don't look into it, to the markets and what they just did. They went and got me, Hug.
Yeah, well, I mean, a little bit aggressive. The S&Ps, I think, are the ones that were trying to pull the NASDAQ down. But I mean, your stop entry, if your stops were your entries, you'd be killing it.
Oh, Johnny, that just makes me more upset. Thank you.
I know it's, if this then that, right? But
39s, man. 39s is where I got stopped out at. This is what we're going to do again, huh? You want to play this game? I took a break, did 20 push-ups.
good. Do you feel more centered? There you go. Good.
Yeah. Here's your 90s. Here's your 90s, guys. Ugh. Hopefully somebody
What
got
was that? It sounded like Yoda.
No, it isn't. It's like,
Trade good, trade well, you will.
Well, you know what? Hey, we've got it's 3 minutes past half past 9:33 here Chicago time, and we're going to bring Danny in. Danny, we'll be right back here. Hang tight. Greetings, Dan. How are you doing?
Happy
today,
Wednesday. I'm good, Eddie. How are you doing?
I am fine. Thank you for asking. Yes. Very nice to have you here. Welcome back, my brother from another mother. How was your trip?
what trip did you?
It was a good few days away. It was actually in Chicago. Had a good time.
Oh, I took
my
Danny
birthday.
took Danny out for his birthday.
Yeah.
How soon we forget?
We had a big birthday dinner. Had a good time. Hit the craps tables. Managed my risk. And here we go. Markets are selling off hard in the crude oil. I mean, this is what I've been waiting for or asking for, I guess, for the last couple of weeks. And of course, I have not been staring at the markets the last few days. So sitting down this morning was like, oh, what the heck has happened? And so I'll be continuing to kind of sit on my hands because I'm out the next 2 days. So really what I'm looking at here is we've got crude inventories coming out with a draw 2.2 million, more than expected. And what's that telling me? Well, I think this market's just, if it continues to sell off based off of all these draws coming in, we're looking for more balance within this market. That's what it's looking for. So,
Well, the no, I got nothing on you, Danny.
Do you like your Dan'l?
I do like my Dan'l.
Yeah.
Hope you draw those for me.
How's that?
It's funny how they work, right? Keeping it simple.
It's funny, John. I'm back to scratch.
You guys hear me?
John? I'm back.
What did you do? A 10 lot?
No, I did a 2 lot. So I bought 77, sold 90s. I'm scratched on the day.
Okay.
Exactly what I kind of wanted it to do. It is doing. I need to start looking at maybe a little bit more of a larger time frame, or I don't like opening up my stock.
Do you run into that with trading the NASDAQ? It's a product I've never really been very active in. I've done a little bit in it. But do you run into that with something like the NASDAQ, where I find it with crude oil sometimes that it gets a little too quick movement, and I got to get to a higher time frame to kind of keep my I don't know, you call it ADD, right? Squirrel, because it's moving so quick. Do you see that in the NASDAQ often?
100%. Yeah.
A lot of noise.
Like very often.
All right.
But a 15 handle stop to me is still $300, and that's per car. I'll tell you guys why it's called a car here at some point. Not a con. It's called a car in the futures world. Railroad car. Just think of that really quick. 50,000 bushels fills up a railroad car. If you have a railroad car, or they used to call them cars. Is that right, John?
Yeah, it was more of a Merc thing. Like the cattle contract was a carload full of cattle, a rail car full of cattle.
Yeah. So if you're on your road trip with your kids and you look over and they go, Daddy, a train, and there's 100 go and you go, hey guys, count them all as you're flying past the trade.
100 cars.
100 cars, Dad. He's like, Dad goes, shit, that's a pretty big position.
Yeah, it certainly would be.
100 contracts. Boom, 100 contracts. 100 contracts in anything is pretty thing. But Danny, we'll go back to you on what you're saying. So yeah, I would say crude oil and NASDAQ have pretty vicious type of moves.
Well, I think like that's something you got to pay attention to, right? Like all these markets that have volatility, crude oil, NASDAQ, well, granted, they all have volatility. They have volatile times. Some of them are just, as a treasury guy, the 30-year bond, volatility in that's a little different than, say, volatility in something like crude oil or NASDAQ. And I think that's something you need to keep, a reference of. You might say, taking a $300 risk. Some of these products, right, based off of how they move, is $300 risk, 1, too much, or 2, not enough risk. And those are the balances you got to figure out when you look at markets. I know for me with crude oil, when I look at a trade, I'm really trying to find my entry based off of how much I really want to risk. So if I'm willing to risk, let's just say $300 a car, or $900 based off of the size that I'll trade, or whatever the case may be, if that's what I'm looking for, then it helps me have to figure out where I'm entering, aka finding my Daniels coming into play. We can see here Hoag did a great job drawing these. I mean, great job, John.
Yeah.
On what?
My Daniels.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is so solid. 1, 2, 3, 4 solid points of contact.
Continue to pay attention to that and in this downtrend. And the break at the top, where that happened, was the low side of a Daniel that we had on 2 weeks ago.
Up here.
Can you guys explain what Daniel? A Daniel's a channel. Dan likes channels.
Yes. To call the channel, Hoag call them Daniels. So that's what I was looking at, right? So when we continue to see this, you don't have to trade 20 times in a day, but if you find a couple trades over a week-long period, similar to this situation where you can fade the extremes based off the channel you're looking at, you can minimize your risk, maximize your profit, and to me, it's as fun as it gets.
Now, why would you want to minimize your risk and maximize your profit, Danny?
Well, Michael, I think it's self-explanatory. I like
the foundational pieces of trading. You don't have that one. You're missing the cornerstone of your of the empire that you're starting to build upon.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like I remember when I first started doing some sort of trading, very young, and I thought, wow, you just buy it and you see what happens. and then you make your decision after you're into the trade. Over time, I learned that's not how I want to do these things.
That was my philosophy when I first started trading. Hence the fact I lost 3 real money, $30,000 trading accounts from the age of 19, 18 or 19, all the way to the age of 22. And then I'm like, I'm out of money. Can't do this anymore. It's not working.
90,000.
90.
Yeah, I know. And then I went to a prop. Then I went to a prop firm that's definitely not. They're like, no, downside, downside, downside. I'm like, oh, I'm only trading one a lot with you guys. Like out of the gate, yeah, you are. I traded bigger than that. They're like, there's a reason why you're sitting here.
That's why you lost $30,000 accounts.
I didn't have stops, Danny. I didn't know where I was getting out. I just go, well, I'm gonna. And everybody who the hell is a rookie trader that gets into a short position out of the gate? Usually, they're all getting long to be right.
I tell you, when we used to have those big sell orders, market on open, the old moose, and you'd have a big sell order. Boy, I tell you, it's like you were giving away gold bars.
Loved it.
They loved it, right?
You could always see the brokers getting real excited too when they had those.
So yeah, Danny, happy birthday!
Thank you.
Happy belated, yeah.
We got a seafood tower, Eddie. No, Danny and I.
Oh
Yeah.
boy, that sounds good. Where did you go, to Harry's?
No, we went to RPM Seafood on the river.
Oh,
Yeah,
so right out of the river, they were pulling food and putting it on your table. How nice.
Yeah, right out of right out of Chicago River.
That's
Here's a
Chicago
carp.
River seafood.
Nice. Carp sushi.
Yeah, it's literally like they sit you right next to the river, and they have this like on the menu. It says, "You can't get more fresh than this."
I like turtles.
I mean, there's probably turtles. There has been dead bodies in the river of Chicago. 2 in the history of me living there, I believe.
You know, when I first started downtown, I think it was a week after that, I had witnessed them pulling one out. And
I got you to witness one falling in.
we've seen if there was a few bets, people jumping in.
There are quite a few. I know. I know. I've seen a couple guys lose a bet and have to jump into the river.
Yeah, it wasn't too. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah,
I've never been in that river. I never intend to be in that river. It's great to look at, and that's all I need to do. Sit on a patio, look out at the river. That's nice and enjoyable. Have a nice cocktail.
And that is what we did. So
yes,
Danny got his wish on his birthday. So that was, and then proceeded to lose money at the casino.
and I walked away positive.
Oh, you did?
Yes,
There
I
you
made
go.
money at the casino.
I know. I
Made a
flipped
little
you.
money.
I flipped you a birthday chip.
Speaking of positive, Bruce Brown just passed the combine.
Oh, outstanding.
Yes. Good job.
That sound effect will be. Imagine if that sound effect was actually an individual that we had back there in the sound booth room.
Jack's back there with the drums and the pianos and the microphones and all whole nine.
Hey, put down that Egg McMuffin.
Whole
we got
one
another.
man.
We got another trader that just got funded.
Important question, by the way, MP. How long are the chips good for? I was just cleaning out my carry-on and found a $100 chip from the MGM. Is that still good?
Yeah, they're good.
I think you can bring them to the cage and exchange them for the current chips that they have.
Oh man, that was a tough. I took money out at Wynn Casino and they ask you a ton of questions. I'm like, I don't want to give you my ID or a player's card. They're like, well, sir, you have to. I'm like, I don't want you guys to know who I am. I don't want you guys to follow me. And they're pretty much like, well, that's exactly why we do it.
Hey, Danny. Don's asking. Don Clemens. Dan. You're looking to wait for price to reach your channel before taking a trade?
Typically, depends, right? So we're looking at a 30-minute channel here over a 4-day period. This can happen on shorter time frames. You can zoom in and find different channels inside there. You know, we look at overnight last night, right? There's an opportunity to look for a channel inside there. So there's the evening before that. So that would have been Monday evening going into Tuesday morning. that overnight that caught the low side. Next one, Hoag, is what I was looking at. That bottom right there. We can see that channel inside there. There's a short time frame channel that's showing this market's trending higher. So you can find more inside of it. I think for educational purposes, it's nice to just see the big picture here. But yes, there's more. You can take a microscope. You can look a little bit closer. You can also have more strategies inside of just looking at channels. But yes, I do look for my extremes to be met, take a trade from there, but there is some opportunity inside those as well. Absolutely.
Oh, thanks, Danny. Well, Patricia is on a streak today. Only one loss, about up $3,300 on a 50K account. Nice job. Nice. And yes, we are keeping the hot streak going. So we'll have that information coming up. But let's talk about the Pablo is really swinging it. Our good friend Pablo, who did the Funded Trader interview. Jack, you got a graphic? Let's put that in here real quick.
Let's wait until Dan comes out for behind the scenes reasons. It's a little bit complicated at the moment.
Okay, sure. We'll wait to show it. But we got some good numbers for our good friend Pablo. I don't think he's on today. If he's on here, let us know, Pablo. If you're here, you are just killing it, baby.
Well, on that note, why don't I get the heck on out of here? You guys got more important things to do than have me sitting here.
Danny, we love you.
I'll let you get back to your trading because now crude oil is kind of staying quiet here post the numbers. So,
Dan, thank you very much
for Danny.
Danny, thanks for letting me play with you at the craps table. That was very, very fun
and a nice time. We managed our risk.
Out of playing with Joe Torre and John Hamm in Vegas, and then I came to Chicago and got to play with Danny. I would take hanging out with Danny at the craps table any day.
100%.
Yeah, we had fun.
I know. We had a blast.
Cool. All right, Dan, have a great day. Glad to have you back. All right. There he is. Pablo is with us here this morning. Good morning. Yeah, that's what we got.
Yeah, hey, Pablo, you've been trading well. And I'm not jinxing you. This isn't like, hey, you got a great no-hitter going on out there. I just like to see live funded traders that get called up continue what they were doing, and that's very cool. Very cool to see.
Yeah. Well, now we can show the image if you'd like.
No, let's wait. Of course, we want to get it up there. No, there it is. Look at this.
There you go.
Power player update. Yes. Pedro Pablo Escobar, 11,290. And this was yesterday. Is that correct, Jack? This is just from yesterday?
That is my understanding.
Yes. Wow. So stellar day. And once again here, thanks for coming on and doing that interview. That was a great interview. Very positive. He's very positive. He's got a little one at home, and it's good to see that somebody working hard like he did. I mean, he's working very hard, putting up these numbers. So keep it going, brother. Good job.
Very cool. That's some good numbers.
Fred stepping away from the S&P is confusing me. Well, that's probably a smart thing to do, Fred. I tell you, if things aren't adding up, like John says, do the math. If it's just not adding up, I mean, step away, take a break, reevaluate. Just gonna let the markets play out for a while and see if I get a better idea.
Fred, we got a normal trading day so far in the S&Ps. Initial balance remains the low. Initial balance remains the high. It's indicating potential range-bound activity.
It's indicating potential range-bound activity. So this is roughly around, this is the middle of the range then, right around here?
Well, I mean, in the NASDAQ, it's a little bit of a different story, Michael. We just took out the high of the opening range. So we have an unfair high here. We have a finished upside auction, at least for the time being. Largely range bound. I mean, we have excess at the low, we have excess at the high. I don't want to do anything here in the middle.
Okay, so I got myself caught in a little bit of a mess.
Uh-oh. You're trading without telling us then.
I traded without telling you, and now I'm done. Pretty big. And I bought this pullback, which I liked from the 07s. Clearly it ripped higher.
Uh-huh.
And now I'm distracted one way or another. Now I'm down $2,000. I have a long position on. Don't say that, John. I got it under control.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah. The pullback is if I get caught on it, I get caught on it. So sizing down. It's very frustrating to get a pullback going.
Wow.
And then have it then steamroll the hell out of your trade.
And then keep going.
And then
right?
keep going. Yeah. 70. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So yeah, I'm long from 80. What is it? 96s. 96s isn't a great long, and that I thought I was getting in. I trade on the T4. I thought I was getting in at a great entry on a pullback. It had just pulled back, however many handles. 40 handles, 45 handles. It pulled back from. I thought, you know what? I like the pullback. I got stopped out on the lows back there. It went that direction. I'm going to get back on this 40 handle pullback and maybe it's do that. So
you're long now?
Long up here at 90s, 96s. Down $2,000. Was up $900. Then came down to zero on the day.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Paul, I know it's all okay. I'm not going to go through these every time I get in a bad position. I'm explaining. This is my stream of consciousness. This is how I'm
right.
And I'm just going to share my thoughts. And if I take losses, if I take winners, I'm just going to talk about them. So
now, here's something from your trade buddy Eric in the YouTube chat. I think MP needs a higher time frame, say 5 to 10 minutes.
Yep. So that's what I'm looking to do.
Thank you, trade buddy.
Yeah, I like that. John, you're out.
Yeah.
That was quick.
What a relief.
John, come here. I got a shoulder for you. Come here, honey. Come here. It's okay.
So it is hanging out down here, which is I'm not a big fan of. And my stop is down here at the 60s, 66s. And this market has been known to be vicious. I'm kind of in this range anyway, right here in the middle.
Yeah, you're kind of stuck in the middle, like the song says. Here I am.
Where's your 5-gallon can of gasoline?
Right.
Oh my goodness, that was from Reservoir Dogs. If you're wondering.
Yeah, that was a memorable scene.
Yeah.
So tilt is like 60-40 to the short side. So it has been short all day, which the markets have been fairly, and they really got more short around the evens. Everything above 800 felt like.
Eddie, let's check your gold here. Somebody's talking about it, so I thought we'd go and take a
We
look.
sort of leveled off a little bit here.
Yeah, a little consolidation going on here.
Yeah. A little digestion. Yeah. What'd you say?
We'll see if we grow legs either direction outside of this area of balance.
Well, I mean, the last time we were down around here, we had the buyers coming back again. So, I mean, if you like you say, Johnny, look left. What did we do before? Not to say it's going to happen, but it might have a good indication what we might be doing. So,
we got a little double distribution trend day, so we're probably going to find resistance in these single TPOs here between 1837 and 1840, about a 30-point area there. But if we start taking out too many of these single TPOs, something may have changed. I'm not real excited about getting short in the hole here, so I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
Well, I'm short in the hole, Johnny.
You're short now?
Oh, no, sorry. I'm not short in the hole. I'm long.
Oh, okay.
Where are you long from?
I'm long from like 90s up here, guys. This is not good trading. And I'm down $3,000. I'm not liking this coming back from taking time off.
Right?
No, not liking it.
Well, I mean, the consideration was, earlier you were up 8, and somebody did say, walk away.
I did 20 push-ups when that happened.
You did that. You came back again. Now the question here, let's have a poll real quick. Can we do a poll here?
Yes.
If you were up $800 today, would you have stopped, or would you have did 20 push-ups and continued to trade? Let's get that poll up here.
What you just say is get the poll up here. Would you have traded like Michael today, or would you probably have not wanted to trade like Michael today?
Well, let's go with let's have the numbers here. Get that up here.
We need a poll. I don't like when this happens because I can't. This doesn't.
Where's our guys behind the curtain?
Yeah, poll guys.
Poll guy. We actually have hired people from Poland to do this. Official polls.
They're just basically kind of talking in the chat about it. Stopped. More.
Right, I see those.
Too few push-ups, Avocado says.
Get some, I guess we're not getting a response here. So much for that. Here it is. There it is. Thank you. If you were up $800, would you quit or keep going? There is a poll. I'm putting my vote in. Thank you.
Fish or cut bait?
Fish or cut bait, exactly.
That's what we got to do. We got to go on a coho run on Lake Michigan.
Go catch some nice salmon.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
Do 100 push-ups, Paul. Damn, I don't know if I can do 100.
You catch about 90% lake trout, 10% coho these days.
Oh really?
Yeah, we go on a boat every year.
Lake trout's pretty good though.
Yeah, and they clean them for you, and they put them in a bag, and you take them home and put them in the freezer and forget about them. Oh.
Storm, I hear you. Storm goes, I keep doing the same thing. I'd be up $3K, and I want more. Then I'd lose it all. But I can't stop over trading. Well, I've traded with John on here, and I snuck a couple trades in here when my trading partner didn't see. So that was already a shame on me. But
you live in a web of lies.
I know. But we are all products of free will. So as a trader, again, like I'm not happy with what just happened. I'm still sitting with a long position, a 2-lot, yet I'm down $3,000, and I still like it to the upside. Even though some people say, "Hey, you're fading the trend," well, I would say the trend still is like not broken. So, but it's challenging the hell out of this trade.
Well, I mean, it depends on the time frame, right?
Mm-hmm.
We tested weekly kickoff low. The trend since then in the 30-minute chart has largely been to the upside, falling into balance here.
Since then. Yeah, it's in this balance. So and again, see that pullback all the way up from the 200 that John's showing right there? Like, you could think you're a great trader by being patient and waiting for a good entry, like I thought I was. And then it rips your face off, hits all your stops, and then now you're sitting with a long position that you just got married to. All the things that I don't like to do. But on the pullback, it made a lot of sense for me. I'm like, okay, came back to one of those volume, like higher volume nodes after it was already in a volume, what is it, shoulder that I was making?
Well, we've got, how about some positive stuff, Jack? What do you got? What do you got for us? You got the streak going?
Hot streaks.
Hot streaks.
And there it is. Hot streak 14, 17, 16, 13, 12. And my goodness. You see the new record there, Michael? Radmila, see, 50K, 17-day winning streak. Really not, I think this was 492 yesterday.
I'll have to double check on this.
493 today.
I like winning days, but 493 on 17 days. Who's got their base theory?
You might be trading micros.
I would think so. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
okay. That makes sense.
Charlton, our 50K account, 16 days, and with a total profit of 3,343. Luis, 50K, 13 days in a row, 1,144. And Hanona B with 12 days, 3,556. And some Vatatana with 150K, 12 days, 3,371. And I think these names are holding tight very nicely. Mm-hmm. I'd like to see what was under that. But this is the top five hottest winning streak.
It is very hard to have 17 winning days. I don't care if it's micros or not, but comes out to be $29 a day, which is, anybody's like, well, that's not crushing it. It's making money.
You're making money. You're selling roses $1 a bunch.
Yeah, and then you get that hot streak going. You start seeing the market really well, and you can increase your size, or you can go up to minis instead of micros. Like getting into the game, getting a feel for the markets is great. Like I don't have a feel for the market. I did feel like I felt like I had a good feel this morning. If you want to follow that. Still sitting there with this long position, and it's but then now I'm like out of whack. Now I'm a little frustrated.
Well, you know what, Michael, you're on a little whack. I think it's time for a little shop talk with Andre. Let's see if Andre can sort of get you back into whack.
Yeah, let's talk shop.
We'll be right back. Hello, Andre. Welcome, Andre.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Dre.
Good.
What up? I'm long with you too, Patak.
Oh, good. Well,
no, S&Ps.
That was a nice little spot down there. We just traded almost to the low of the day.
Well,
couldn't take it out. It's a good spot.
I hope so. Yeah. I mean, these treasury yields are, like it says on CNBC right here, the treasury yields are retreating a little bit. You think NASDAQ's up a little bit nice, but S&Ps are lagging big time. So hopefully it catches up.
Yeah. I mean, I've
been watching you. You're nuts.
I mean, if somebody doesn't learn something from today, myself included, or from every day I trade, good and bad, then I'm not doing my job here, Andre.
Always something to learn.
Hey, for real though, Patak, I think one of the people in the comments said something. Maybe think about expanding your time frames on these trades.
I am.
Okay, cool. Because it sounds like you're getting good entries. It's just you're getting puked. You're getting stopped out. And you have to puke too early. I know you're trading NAS because it's a popular product, but
I hate it because it moves. I would trade the S&Ps a bit more.
Sorry, it's nuts.
Yeah, but I want to.
Michael, why do you trade it if you hate it?
No, I don't hate it, John. I do like how it moves.
It's a love-hate. It's a love-hate market.
It's true about anything, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the NASDAQ chart or you look at the S&P chart, I mean, they are fairly similar always. So it's like one just is a lot more whippy than the other.
It definitely is.
Now, another thing I'm looking to do here, I'm looking to kind of change it up because I'm like, do I sit here and go from trading like very actively during these 2 hours every morning?
Oh yeah, I got to talk about that.
And then switch gears to become this CEO doing meetings to then going home and being a dad, to then waking up in the morning at 6 a.m. and going to do this all. That's very hard to do. I'm already finding out since starting Topstep TV, it's pretty hard to have that many switches during the day. Like an active full-time trader,
A lot of hats.
A lot of hats is tough to do.
Yep.
So
Hey,
I need to change some things up. So going to a different time frame, maybe getting the community a little bit more involved with putting positions on. I kind of feel like I also want to like show and have Topstep. I'm trading the Topstep, a Topstep account and house account. So I'm like, would you guys like to see like bigger size? Would you guys like to see bigger hold times? Why don't we, if you could throw a poll in there,
Definitely.
who's ever first to start the poll with what would be a question I want? Because I want to get low-key, get us involved. Yeah. And I can move our loss limit up to 50 grand a day. You guys want to do it? And if we start making money together, now in the end, I'm making the final call. Well, John's going to help me, but I want to get your guys' feedback. Sometimes, guys, I might even fade you, because you should probably fade me sometimes. Today you'd be up 2,500 with a short position on 2 lots. Like
That's if they took the exact opposite trade of yours every time in entries and exits.
Yeah. And I'm going to share them with you. So I'm kind of looking at it. I was talking to Andre about this too. We're like, hey, why don't we just have a position on? We go for a little bit higher time frame. We get the community involved. Because if it is seriously about me, it shouldn't be. Like if it's about, hey, John needs to put trades on, I'm waiting for John or whatever. Yeah. So, and then you guys still can play each your own game, which you should be playing anyway. You should have your own great plan. You should do all that. But then if it's tradertainment, like how do we do that but still be educational? That's what we're trying to learn right now. So if you guys can help us, Andre.
Yep.
Poll question.
Something along the lines, would you guys want to watch it long term? I think it'd be cool if you put the unrealized P&L, if we can do that. Unrealized P&L up on the screen.
I want to get rid of the scroller right there with the Dow and what's trade. What's ZW again?
We're doing a show meeting on air here.
Wheat. Yeah. And then put right there like an active open position screenshot, or not screenshot, whatever.
Ask the viewers if they'd want to watch that. I don't, as long as it's not too distracting, then I think it'd be cool.
If you guys want to check in, because our whole goal too is like when we're done for the day, we'll have the risk managers take it off at the end of the day. And here's what I got the stat guys looking at of the profitable traders. What's their hold times? What's their average winner? What's their average loser? What's their win rate? And what's the risk reward? I'm always pretty sure it's around 1.7 to 2 to 1. So we can start playing that. We can widen it up. So I think this is going to be a little crafting this week, and then we start doing it next week. And yeah, if we want to put on more size, if we want to put on as a group here, again, this is not. We're trying not to try to make it. It's not your strategy. It's supposed to be how do we help them learn from what we're doing, discussing, and then getting input from. So
speaking of that, MP, are you still in that trade?
Yeah, I'm still long. I'm long from the average price was 92. When I said average price, I put a 1 or 2 lot on. Okay. So you can switch to my screen. I'm in the money now.
So now I'm in the money too. 64 in the orders, long from 64 in the orders.
But here's the the shit spot,
It's been like this for the last hour.
Just like, you faced a couple of my positions on that sell off right there. See the sell off.
How much hit were you taking on these trades though? Because it's been stuck.
I was taking 15 handles.
Yeah, that's tight, man. Because you're getting good entries.
NASDAQ it is.
Right, John?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty tight for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, but okay. So here's you can see right here. Okay, this sell off right here is bar. See my. It's sold off right here. But...
Yeah, I was looking. Okay, I got you.
See the 93s right here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm like, okay, this is a good. So I'm long, or I'm long from 93 right here. But then how much heat did I have to take more on this? Was another
15 ticks, yeah.
Well, no, it was 93s to 60s. Come on. 60s.
That's a big one.
There's 30 handles. Now I got to start opening stuff up. That's even on a 5-minute, guys. That's a 5-minute. So yes, I need to regroup. 20 point minimum for NASDAQ, in my opinion. Yeah, okay. So Mr. 5 handles. says 20-point minimum for NASDAQ. I'm at 15. Yeah, I've been getting out too early. Yes, you're right. But then you're like, at what point are you wrong?
Right.
Okay, so this is a conversation. We still need a poll question. Would you guys like to be involved with
long-term trade time frame?
Put it in there, guys. Don't answer it until the folks behind the curtain can say. Would you like to be involved trading with John and I on a Topstep house account?
There you go. You'll get the general response that you're looking
and then
for.
Then we're gonna be like, hey, I'll probably ask you what are you guys thinking for loss limit?
Yeah, it'll be really similar to those of you that are here that remember Make Hoag Money. We were doing that in Make Hoag Money, just kind of communicating. You guys coming up with ideas. We'd vote on them. We'd take the trade and decide how to handle it.
Yeah, poll guys, come on, poll guys. Let's get this in here so these guys can answer.
Hey, just a heads up, Patak. I'm live trading with you on Friday.
Okay, cool.
We'll see how that goes. I don't know if
be involved in trading a Topstep house account with MP and Hoag. There you go. Thank you very much. So, guys, we're in the money now on this trade.
Yes, you are.
Again, all the reasons why I like getting long, I just had to take so much damn heat. I got stopped out. But then I stuck with it.
Well, I'm proud of you for still being in it for this long in profit.
That's right.
Well, I do want to take something off up here, and it's around the 20s, but because you got this 100 period, I'll take one off right now.
That's coming in at 8:30.
8:30 what? Yeah, there's one, and then I'm gonna put the other one. I'm gonna put the other one for break even, and this is the community.
And just see what happens. Good.
Well, I don't like saying the word "just see what happens" because I do like it from the long side. And
well, I mean, there's a hypothesis behind it. It's not just a stab.
Yes.
You got anything in the S&Ps, John? Are we getting stuck in this range?
I mean, if you look at this,
okay. Hey, close.
The first hour of the range is the range.
Okay,
it's a normal trading day.
Yeah.
We're right in the middle.
Hey guys, I
don't do anything here.
Yeah.
I'm interested in longs down here and shorts up here because then I can limit the risk. If we start extending the range too far, then the trade's probably wrong.
Ghost, a house account is Topstep. Topstep has money at different brokerage firms. We have sub accounts for all of our live traders. We have hundreds of accounts for live traders. We just grab an account, call it a house account, and then we can put whatever loss limit we want in there. We want a daily loss limit of 10 grand or 50 grand or putting a 100 lot on. We can do all that.
I mean, this shit could backfire too, Patak.
or it could not. We're all in this together.
It could blow up in our face. It's a cool idea. It's good entertainment.
I'll have to talk to the main guy at Topstep to see if they give me the thumbs up on this one.
I'm talking to him right now.
No, you ain't my wife.
Get Casey on the phone. Casey, I got a question.
Okay, so we got that answer. We can stop the polls, guys. We got enough. It's 91% said they want to be involved. Okay.
Damn.
Now, and then the next question is, what? What's the next question?
What size should we put on?
Are you flat now? No, you're not.
No, I'm still long one. Why?
Okay.
Are you thinking I'm?
No. I thought you mentioned something about. All right, just going to take this and move on. But no, you're still in it. Good.
Yeah. Patricia, no bankrupt. No, because that means we're blowing out of our house account. We're doing this together. You guys are going down with the ship with me.
No, I like that.
We are very well capitalized, and we put money aside for everything. So we are smart like that. Topstep does not go buy boats or planes or anything like that. We are very smart. We manage our risk very well. We've been doing it since 2010, so 13 years.
That's right.
Never issues. Always paid 100% of everything. And
we're real.
And we were the founders of this space. And you had to have good risk management as a. I started the prop firm, and then I started working with Eddie Hoag and Andre and all that kind of stuff. So. We had to manage our risk, and we always would talk about ways in which we did that. And it always had to be beneficial to both our traders and our prop firm. They have to both work hand in hand. So it has to be a win-win. We're not just here to like, hey, give them like a casino game, because that's not how we play it here. We don't do 1 billion copy trade accounts. We don't do all. We try to be and try to put our traders in the best position to get better first.
Yes.
And then to put up profits, second, and to have fun. If you're not having fun, then don't play.
Yeah, not even a used Bugatti.
Not even a used Bugatti.
I'd take a used Bugatti.
Okay, so second question: What are we doing? What are we doing now? We already know we're going to get the community involved, so we're probably
first. You got to pull them and see if sentiment long or short.
Yeah.
I'd probably wait for after the opening range is established to help.
Yes.
That.
So we're going to have to be really quick with the polls.
Yeah, we're going to get the polls in here.
Open and closed.
John, you and I, we're going to put it on. And then we'll check in, and then we're going to have the risk managers at the end of the day, unless, here's what I do think, and you guys tell me if you like it. We do a 2-to-1 play on if we're risking 5, we're looking to make 10. Is that fair?
Yeah, but hey, Patak, we're not doing a coin flip. There needs to be some thought going into.
We're not doing a coin flip.
Definitely is
We're crafting. We're putting a trading plan together right now.
We're doing a show meeting on live air right now.
Yeah. Okay. So we did the poll. People want to be involved. So this is going to be group trading. Me, Hoag, because Andre, you're not on the morning, but if you would like to chime in, you can chime in.
I'll chime in. I'll
chime in. John, do you think I should keep John? Yeah. John, do you liking this one? Keeping this one on?
I mean, it's you put me on the spot here.
Market's stuck.
I mean, you have no risk.
I don't have any risk right now, but yeah.
830 is that 100 session moving average.
830.
Yeah. Okay. So Andrew Archer, trade your normal style, but only if Tilt agrees. We're going to bring Tilt in this decision.
Good call.
I did get long for a couple reasons. The pullback there was a lot of shorts in the market before kind of picking these tops, and then the pullback happened. The shorts got larger, so they were. There were some
stops right there. Sorry, guys. Some stops just went off, and
there it is.
Yes, I'm getting out.
I took 32s. Okay, yeah. So I got to cancel.
Nice job.
Make sure
you hang.
Yep.
I had to hold that one with a longer time frame, a wider stop, and I got put in the hole because I got stop.
Stops went off in NASDAQ too. That's wild. And ES same time.
Yeah. So we were talking about that long. So this is what we're going to do together. We will play into the tilt. The tilt is going to be important for us all to learn it. You don't have him like, I got enough indicators. Okay, fine. We're going to talk about it here.
Mm-hmm. What's tilt showing?
John and I would talk about the volume profile levels. Okay, I don't watch those. Well, that's fine too. We're not here to give you a fish or anything like that. We're here to trade together, team trading.
That's right.
Wow, look at us keep going.
Still going. I'll be damned. All right, whatever. No complaining about winners. Complaining about winners.
What's the next question? What's the next question? Because we already know we're going to be team trading. We just put the poll out there. 90-something% said they want to do it.
All right, so they want to watch that.
We're going to do it in the NASDAQ. And the S&P, maybe.
Do we have to do NASDAQ?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, I don't know.
Let's do it.
FP, I would say there's an argument to be made that I know most of the people in the combine trade NASDAQ, but maybe we can encourage some of them to maybe switch to the ES.
We'll do both. Let's do both.
Okay.
Oh God.
I don't want to alienate the NQ folks, and I know there's a lot of
what if we see an opportunity in crude?
That too.
Well, let's do everything, John.
Oh, yeah.
You can do it all.
You get a trade. You get a trade.
You could trade. Let's start trading every market. I don't like trading every market because then I'm gonna get muddy. But if we want to, when Danny comes in, instead of always being like, "Hey, Danny, what's your position?" We could play the same game with Danny. And when I say same game, same trading plan. Well, the community's gonna get involved when it goes to Danny. Danny puts. We do something. So the first, we already got everybody wants to get involved. So help us then. What should our loss limit be? Can't be $1,000. It has to be. There's a house account. We're all watching it. Yeah, Mick's hair is on fire right now. Mick's like, whoa.
Yeah, I know. Poor Mick.
Yeah, Mick, we need. Can you move $300,000 into we did a poll.
Mick, I hope you're sitting down. We got this idea.
The logical conclusion to this with the polls is that we're going to be trading, Ethereum, live cattle, Russell butterflies by the end of this.
Yeah, I know. Okay, 5,000. Okay, 5,000 or 10,000.
Keep it simple at first, obviously.
Yeah, keep it nice round 10.
Okay, nice round 10.
I'll tune in for that.
Let's just go in here. Poll 5,000 or 10,000. Max 5 lots or 10 lots. Okay, hold on, really quick. 5 lot. If you put a 5 lot on and it moves 10 handles, that's $1,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So move the what you call it, NASDAQ, 10 handles like that. All right, we're doing $5,000. Everybody's gonna go higher number.
What do you think they're gonna say? Yeah. How would you answer that poll?
Okay, I'm gonna do this because Bad Tuna and Jim Carlson said I was thinking over the weekend, Andre.
10K 5 lots.
10K 5 lots. All right.
Let's
now,
rock.
how do we make a decision when we all get in? What criteria do we need to do this? Man, look at this rally, guys. We were right. We would be in this right now. We might even be. So 10. If we're risking 10K, we're trying to make 20. So that's 100 hands. No, that's 100 handles. No.
Finally.
Yes.
We might be able to do that once in a while, but sometimes the market isn't going to be big enough. How about if maybe this would be where something that, like, you're thinking about taking a trade, you and I agree, and we poll everybody, and if they agree, you take the trade. It slows things down a little bit. We may lose some trade location,
or we may practice patience, and everybody may be a little bit more right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's when I say practice patience, because sometimes when you're like, I'm looking over here and I'm like, hey, John, what levels do you got? And you're talking about it, I'm like, damn it. In my head, I'm like, damn it, John, just give me a price point so I can actually. And then by the time you say it, I'm like, shit, I went past it.
Right.
But this is okay. This is okay because we can be talking about it at certain areas. And we're gonna be, JD, is it JD running polls or stuff right now? We might have to be a little more trigger happy with the polls.
Right, it has to be a good setup.
10 max 5 lots. $10,000 max 5 lots.
2 to 1.
What about
that's
1.5 to 1?
Something like that, yeah.
At least 1.5 to 1 unless it's planned for more.
There you go. Fair enough.
We don't take a trade unless it's 1.5 to 1.
All right.
There you go. That's now we're getting formative. Yeah, trading plan here. I thought we were going to break out more of the upside there for time.
Are we scaling in, or are we just hitting it with 5?
All in, all out. Well, we don't have to put in 5. We can adjust according to risk.
There you go.
Well,
if we're risking 30 points in the NASDAQ, maybe we only take 2. If we're in a situation where we can risk 10 points in the NASDAQ, we take 5.
I like that.
Hold on, that's going to be okay. So
it's going to be a little bit more complicated, but
yeah, I think we want to keep it simple. 10 DLL. You always got to have a DLL. Yeah, you're never hear us talk about no DLL, because if we have no DLL, then yeah, you can go bankrupt.
That will do it.
Yeah, that will do it. You want to go bankrupt, you don't. You take away your downside limits. I've been there. It's called blowing out of a trade, and I've seen people blow out of their lives, second mortgages and all that. Yes, we would hear about that on the trading floor.
Yeah, unfortunately, you would hear about stuff.
Yeah, my wife didn't know about it, kind of deal. There was one guy. Well, it's too weird.
Hey, Patak, what's tilt showing? Just out of curiosity.
60% short. So the tilt was heavy, 75%, and it was on that sell-off.
Yeah.
And then but the market gave it to them for a bit, but the ones that stuck with it hard.
Oh, so they were short, 75% short.
Yeah.
On the lows.
Yeah, on the lows. Yes. So okay, so that poll, that's a poll in real time. So we're gonna have that.
That was fun.
10,000 daily loss limit with a 5 lot max. John, the going in, like, hey, how do we decide how many to go in on? I mean,
well, we can come up with a formula like, if we're risking 15 points in the NASDAQ, we can risk 5. If we're risking 30 points in the NASDAQ, we can use 2.
Oh, but if we're risking 30 points in the NASDAQ, then we got to look for 60. We got to look for
60 points.
2 to 1. On a
Or
2 to
45 points at
45.
1.5 to 1.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay. And then how do we pull to get them to help us enter?
Long or short?
No. Oh, well, that too. We're going to pull that, but we're also going to talk about the tilt. Hey, the tilt.
Well, I mean, the polls can be as simple as once there's an agreement as to what direction and what level we're going to try and get in, the poll is take it or not.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, so then we have to share. We like this level. Oh, we're gonna have to. We're gonna share the levels that we like.
And of course, as we get used to this, if somebody comes up with a trade idea, we can all take a look at it, and
All right, so
if we like it, then when we do the same poll, take it or not.
All right. Well, let's just build this plane in the air. Let's start right now. Okay. So
Start right
how would
now.
we? If we were gonna play, if we're gonna do this right now, what would this look like? Let's just do it right now. I mean, what better
right
time than any? Look, and the S&P's making new highs.
Yeah, it is. Hey, what do you got in tilt, Patak? Anything?
Or not new highs. It's coming up to new highs. No, 50-50. 50-50.
S&Ps are still range bound.
They are range bound.
We're a high of value here.
Wants to break
If I
out.
were to do anything, I would be looking for shorts up here in both.
It's a range play then.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I see that. Damn it.
Okay, what level though? This is gonna matter.
I mean, the NASDAQ has extended the range above the initial balance twice.
I mean, that's where we're at in the spoos right now.
And it's not really pulling back that much. So if I was going to short one, it'd be the S&P. I don't like to short the NASDAQ because it's showing range extension on the upside.
Right.
So, I'm not probably doing anything. But the
Not
S&Ps
yet.
the high of value is right where the S&Ps are now.
Yep, I'm seeing that too. I'm seeing that too, Johnny. So sit on your hands for now, right?
That's what I'm doing.
Well, we got to figure out how do we get the community involved right now. Short NQ right now. DH says. Well, I like empty style. Why wait? Okay, guys, hold on. So let's put a poll in there. JD, if you're Johnny on the spot right now, should the house account be long or short? And then we need it. Can you get 2 polls at the same time? Probably not. Because right
Jack,
now,
are you following this, Jack?
I'm following it. My vote would be, if there was a poll of one that was the producer, is that we frame this out after the stream today and know what we're doing when we come into it. Because we have Mick coming on in a few minutes.
Thank you. Voice of reason.
Put that in the poll.
Mick's going to love this.
Shoulder tap coming up, Mick. Get ready.
Okay, we got 62% saying long so far. Now it's 56-44.
Oh, cool.
You know what's going to be interesting is when we poll people to see how it lines up with the tilt.
With tilt, I was just thinking that.
Tilt right now, 60% of people are saying short. 62 are saying short. I'm sorry, not saying. Nobody says they're open position. They are. They are. Flat is a position. Yes, you are right.
That's a good call. That's a very good call.
How many questions can we ask in a poll? 2? Like, hey, should we get long, short, or stay flat? Can you do that?
I don't think so off the top of my head. I mean, you could do like a Google form that you post.
We're going to do Survey Monkey, and then we're going to have it connect to our spreadsheet, and then.
Oh, your favorite type of stuff right there.
Oh yeah, I love spreadsheets.
No, like spreadsheets more than Patak. The spoos are trying to break this range. They keep getting these.
Channel rules are in play. Ronnie says that. Short the highs and buy the lows. Well,
I like that strategy, man.
I like that strategy.
That's a right-down strategy.
That's what's up right there.
That is where we're at right now. So
we are.
What are we at with our position? 53-46, 54-46.
So
we have a little bit more. No, because
if that's what the results are going to be, if this keeps coming back, 54-46,
that's
around 50-50, we can't do anything, right? So it has to be overwhelming one way or another. Kind of like tilt.
Should the house count be long or short? On ES, I've got 4286 is a zone of interest. 4292, Michael's long from, so Michael's long. The other Michael.
He's pushing up against it.
52% are saying on the poll. 50% on NASDAQ. Open bias.
D is saying she's got a point of interest at 4286 zone of interest in the S&Ps.
Got it.
Well, that's higher. What's down? Yeah.
Just a couple ticks higher. Yeah.
864 long target. So we got fade the poll. Fade the look at Marshall. Yeah, jeez.
Hey, now might be the perfect time. We're almost ready to do. Brett is doing the shoulder tap today instead of Mick, which is probably good for you guys. Given
He's not going to scold us. Or
Brett's gonna be like, "Sure, go get it, boys."
Wally's texting Mick right now, and Mick's like, "What the hell?"
That's
why we got good risk managers, because they will talk to us and they will talk to you when you're funded, and they will not be like, "What the hell are you thinking?" But they will be like, "Well, maybe you should take a break." Sometimes they do a little tough love.
Hey, MP, did you guys get snow up there yesterday?
Oh, yes. I got a picture for you guys.
I saw that.
Dust. Not a dusting. We got banged out.
It was a proper snow, right? Okay.
Up there, yeah, right down here on the base. Nothing. It's golf weather still.
Can't wait. All right.
Andre, did you short the S&Ps up there?
I'm not short. I want to. You can still get short right now, right? I mean, this we're still at the high end.
You had better trade location earlier.
It's pretty much. I have not.
Okay.
I'm nervous for the breakout. But with that being said, the much anticipated shoulder tap segment is coming up next, and
right.
Let's run this idea by Brett.
Much anticipated.
Indeed. All right, guys, I'm signing off. I'll keep trading. If something pops up, I'll give you guys a tap.
Thank you very much, guys. I think we're going to roll right in the shoulder tap right now and be back in a few seconds.
Cool. Awesome. We did.
Hey, Brett, how's it going?
Right. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, John. Michael, good to see you both.
Hold on.
Good morning. How are you?
Mick's actually there, so he's like, he jumped on the risk board real quick and said, "Well,
yeah, he heard you talking. He definitely had it up as soon as you started talking about it."
Well, that's a good risk manager right there.
Oh yeah, we're looking at a bunch of stuff in these accounts. It's been a wacky day. However, with McCarthy getting ousted, I'm surprised that the markets aren't even more volatile than they are.
No, I mean, politics in the House, that type of stuff. How much does that play? And like a geopolitical type stuff. Yeah, I mean, economic releases. They're not really political, but government. Economy or whatever related. I don't know.
Yeah, it just strikes me as something that could be a little turmoil in the markets as far as the number 3 in line for the president of the world's largest superpower. Yeah. Expected a little bit more volatility on it.
Yeah, it's a little uncertainty there, isn't it?
Yeah, markets are figuring out what they want to do, or the money is, at least it seems.
That's what we're doing too over here, bro. We're trying to figure out how we get the community involved to trade with us. It's make it educational, make it not gambling, feeling, not just like we're slapping stuff on. But if it's a community play, I call it team trading, then I would say it's less about anything except hearing each other out and putting position on. So my question to you is, what do you think about team trading and the pros and cons to it? Just want to get that from a risk manager.
I think team trading is great as far as maybe you don't execute a trade, but you discuss it thoroughly, and similar to poker players even, where they'll go back and replay a hand and say, okay, did I make the right move? I might not have won or made money, but you can go back, review it, and say, you know what, even though it didn't work out favorably, I can learn from it and analyze it.
Okay, now, if Mick's listening, would you give the thumbs up on what he just said? Ooh, he's not listening.
You know what, Mick? I don't know. Can hear us right now, so he looks fully engrossed in whatever it is that he's doing.
All right, so we got one risk manager saying there you go. There you go. We got 2 risk managers giving the thumbs up. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, one thing when I was trading, I rented an office in the board of trade in the bullpen so that I could be around other traders and just discuss it. It wasn't that we were telling each other exactly what we do, but we were talking trading, and we all shared that similar mindset, which I think you definitely get other things, whether it be through osmosis or what, that you're going to absorb.
Okay, cool. So we absorbed all the votes, and 53% of people say we should be long. That is, to me, indecisive. NASDAQ.
And that was at the highs.
That was at the highs, too, yeah. And then now NASDAQ on the tilt is 52%. So what we are thinking we're putting positions on, which is to me, go to a actual poll, and when it gets this tight, you're like, well, so-and-so, yeah, they won, but, by a small amount. So I'd rather have a landslide type of win to really say, yeah, everybody's behind that politician or that trade, that position.
Yeah, definitely. And the street, there's a lot of different strategies when it comes to the street. Some people like to fade the street. Some people like to jump on board the street. And it's amazing. Like the guest that was on yesterday, she was talking about how the market loves to make you feel silly or feel wrong, because even when you're right, you can still lose money and finally say, okay, fine, I'm wrong. I'm going to reverse. Then you reverse, and then it would have gone with you if you just sat on your hands. It's not that you necessarily didn't do the right thing by getting out of it, but the market makes it always loved to make me feel stupid, and it always made me pay for those lessons too, which I hopefully learned from as I was going through them.
Yeah. Okay, cool. We'll share some of the Yeah, that was Anne Marie yesterday. Guys, check her out. She's awesome. So give us some insights. And Eric, you said in here, maybe bring a combine or funded trader on and have them or her talk about their trades live. We do that every Thursday during Power Players. Deanna did a great job of that, I guess. Deanna's already taking my spot, so I pushed out. Pushed out. But we're back on our highs right now. It's 60% of folks are saying with a long bias and tilt. We're back on our highs with the.
Now we're back on the highs, right?
Mm-hmm. So we'll see if this leans one way, really heavy. Then we will. Now it's making new highs. So you guys were wanting to be like 53% long or whatever that poll was prior. That's indecisive in my opinion. So okay, I'll let you go on this, Brett, guys. If it goes heavy one way on tilt, I will let you know. Cool. And then I'm going to assume that's probably what the bias would be if we ran another poll, and then we can talk about if there's anything to do.
That's cool. So you want me to hop into the traders?
Yes, we want some good stories, and we want some learning stories.
All right, I think I've got both for you. I've actually got 3 live funded traders. The first one is Hughes, and Hughes. I'm going to frame this up a little bit differently than I think maybe some others have in the past. Hughes has been in this account for about 14 days as of today.
Nice.
And Hughes has had some very big winners. He's made, and again, this is the live funded account, the live markets. He's taken 20,000 out in a day, 30,000 out in a day, and 28,000 out in a single day. Those are just 3 of the 14 trading days that he's had in this account. He's also up 28,000 today. So monster days, and love to see it. The other side of that is he's got 10 losing days on the account. And with huge days like that, losing 3,000 or 3,500, you're making money, Hughes, and I love to see it. However, slow it down, pump the brakes. And the reason that I presented it like that is I hear from a lot of traders that man, everybody's making money but me, Brett. What's going on? The reason being is traders are a lot more forward with their winning days than losing days.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the opposite on traders that have been around for a long time and experience. You never hear about their winning days. You'll be like, man, I took, I got hit on Monday for 4K. I got hit on Monday for 1,000. Blah 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 blah. That's in my experience.
I think it might come from the trading floor, Michael. I know nobody ever told stories of how much they made. They only told stories about how much they lost.
Yes, but those to me were more veterans or seasoned. Conditioned type traders and making money. I'm moving on from this, but making money is like what you're like when you make money. You're like, oh, I mean, you're not ecstatic about it. You're not, you're just, well, that's it's my job.
Right.
My job as a trader is to make money. So today I did that. So you don't really get the euphoric feeling like you do when you first start trading.
Oh, absolutely. And it's even different. The trading money is different. If I find a $20 bill on the ground, oh my gosh, you'd think that I made 10 grand in the markets. And if I make 10 grand in the markets, you probably wouldn't even have a clue.
Yeah.
But Hughes is doing great. The one thing I would encourage Hughes to do is slow it down a little bit. It's kind of like blackjack where every time you lose, you double your bet. It works until it doesn't. Every one of those 10 losing days has been the daily loss limit. I'd love to see you stop before that. You've got your account approaching 100K right now. You've taken payouts in it. And one thing that I really like is scaling in and out of the trades.
Hold on. Hughes has 100K in his account?
He's just shy of it. He started with 23, 13 days ago before trading today.
And he's got 100, and he's live, right?
He is live. He's about $3,100 away, I believe.
Wow.
So I love backing traders that, again, I'll say it, complete the trading combine under control, build their account in the XFA under control. And when I say under control, there's still feedback here. It needs to cut losers sooner, 10 losing days, blah, blah, blah. But then keep growing their account because it takes adversity, it takes grit, it takes all that kind of stuff. When you do take, I'm down 1,200 today, and you get that feeling. And the traders that are really in sync or really are the Tom Brady's out there. I'm probably a coach on the sideline, offensive coordinator or something right now. Belichick. I actually wouldn't want to be like him, but that I can try to, and you are as well, Brett, talking to these live traders. And when they come to the sidelines, you hand them the tablet and be like, hey, see the defense here? You read it. You've been reading it really well, but we got this opportunity right here. Maybe that's team trading as well. But all right, cool. This is Hughes. Hell of a job.
Yeah, he's flat now. He's at 97K in the account that
Nice.
started with only 23.
Why doesn't he take money out? Because you don't need that much money. We'll increase your buying power. We'll increase your daily loss limit, Hughes, if you'd like. Is there a reason why he hasn't taken it out, or we haven't reached out, or he's
today will be his fourth winning day since starting the account. When he did start the account, he took a payout of, I believe it was $16,000.
All right, so he's got about 116 total of profits that he's put together.
Yeah, he's doing fantastic. He trades a fun and exciting way, but slow it down. Trading shouldn't be fun and exciting. It's work, but it's fun when it goes right. And one thing, Michael, I know that you've said, Hoag, you've said it, I've said it, the best traders are not the traders that trade well when they're flush and printing money. The best traders are the ones that can rein it in when it doesn't go their way consistently. Yep. A couple of the other traders that I've got, another is Emmanuel, and also in a live account. I wanted to highlight Emmanuel because today is his third day in this account, and he started the first 2 days down $2,000. And again, today my message is pump the brakes. Make $100, make $200. Check the boxes so that you can take a payout, but slow it down when it's not going your way.
This is the same. We have two from Palermo, right? Or just Emmanuel is the only one? Because Mick has kind of come on here and talked about. I believe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Emmanuel.
Okay. Same one. All right. I thought we had two folks from there. Would you say he's down or up, or what's the balance on this live trader?
He's down overall. I'm not sure off the top of my head what their balance is, but I believe it's around $10,000. So more than enough time to salvage it, hit the reset button, and do one lots, do micros, whatever it takes to get your footing back again. The hardest time to make money is when you have to make money.
You make the most money when you don't need it, as my old trading psychologist coach said.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Pedro, I think you guys talked about earlier today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Pedro made $11K day one in their account. Fantastic. One other point that I wanted to make is Pedro was up 19 grand yesterday in this live funded account. And he did pull back quite a bit, down to 11,000 in profit, but he didn't pull back all the way, and he locked in that profit at the end of the day. So love to see it, and really even going up to 19 and then pulling back.
Did you give him a call? Did anybody give him a call and say, hey, let's try to keep half? We always try to say, we call it keep it in your pocket. If you make 10 grand, if you want to keep trading, please walk away with at least half. And we've seen poor traders, undisciplined traders in the past go from 10 to down 3.
Yeah, Pedro's in the chat now.
Yeah, he's in the chat now.
All right, Pedro, what are we asking him?
He just said, yup, big mistake. He knows that T was up big and gave too much of it back. So another learning lesson.
No, well, I mean, like I was saying 50% because that's what, pullback. That would have been 9 grand. And you close at 10 or 11. Is that right, Brett?
Yes.
Hell yeah, Pedro. Pablo.
So love to see it. And I mean, we're not going to take over the world in a couple days or a week. I'd love it if all of our traders could, but it's a zero-sum game. It's a tough way to make an easy living, and every time we try to trade, I think a lot of us remind ourselves of that.
Yeah, we will not boil the ocean is also what I've always heard. And be careful, rum did fall overnight. Okay, we're on our highs. What else you got for us?
That's pretty much what we got. Busy day in the markets. It'll be interesting to see how the volatility ends up settling. I know the direction of the market for the day is kind of to be determined. It's not been able to figure it out, but a lot going on, and love seeing what we're seeing with these traders in both the express funded accounts and the guys that we highlighted on the live.
Well, very cool. Hey, we're gonna have to fix your shot, and I'm gonna explain to the guys. So if anybody here takes offense to Leo doing the flip off right there, so behind Brett is fear and greed. And the greed part, and I'm saying this because everybody's like, why the hell do they have that? And guys, I don't want to show that in the future, just because it might send the wrong message. But the message here needs to be explained really quickly that there's fear and greed in the markets, and the markets will move based on fear and greed. But also in the past, the brokerage side of the business, the old school way was like you're a client till proven broke. That's what brokers used to say. In Topstep, hated that expression, and we're in a position that no, we're not even a broker with you guys. We're not telling you guys where to trade, where to get in, where to get out. It's exactly what Leo was doing in Wolf of Wall Street right there, trying to get this client of his sucked as much money out of them as possible. So I wanted to explain that, so when you guys see that was the old way. The new way should not be that way. There is a better way, and that's why Topstep really wanted to be around. So my friend did this, and we called it fear and greed. The markets move on fear and greed, but also Leo's definitely showing greed. And if you watch Wolf of Wall Street, I hated the movie just because it felt disgusting, screwing over people. Because I got crushed in the beginning. Anybody could have told me anything. Pump and dump. I got caught in one of those for 30 grand, 20, 25 or something like that. And when I first started, that's my long story short on why we have those two, to remind us that we are here both to understand the markets are fear and greed, and they move off that, but the greed aspect of it will never enter the financial markets to the best of Topstep's ability. So that's
And by the way, MP, I moved this camera. I can actually move it remotely. So
wow,
that was you. I saw that. Oh my God, that's cool.
That was pretty good.
Look, it was a little.
And then all the other words back there are cool stuff that Topstep's done. A lot of those are best places to work for, besides the Inc. 5000 and all that kind of good stuff. Brett, really appreciate it.
Gentlemen, thank you both for having me. Have a great day. Keep managing that risk.
All right, Jack. So we need to discuss some of the decision or some of the input we got today. Then, right?
And then we got about 10 minutes right now until Eddie's interview with Rip, and that should be good times. But yeah, right now we have 10 minutes that we can use to take a look at the markets here. And
John, the Nasdaq pulled back, and I got 62% of people short, which is light, but it's starting to grow on the short side. Now it's only 59. But
so I mean, we just put in new highs, and people are shorting it, right?
That's what I'm seeing right now.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, the S&P took out the initial balance high, and that auction failed. Almost got to Deanna's level here, 42.8575, 3 ticks short of what the level Deanna was talking about, I think. The Nasdaq is stronger. I mean, it is now put in another upside selling tail if it does sell off from here. I mean, if I was going to sell one of these markets, it would be the S&Ps. But you're looking at the short time frame, movement here. We're contrary to the day time frame trend.
Yeah.
If we're shorting, we're congruent with the longer time frame trend, but not necessarily in the Nasdaq. I mean, look at this. Now, this is the daily. We're range bound. We're right in the middle of the range. I really don't want to do anything here. I'm looking more up here and down here for opportunities because we're range bound. The Nasdaq or the S&Ps are already directional to the downside. Here it is. Daily. So this is the area of balance that we're in the Nasdaq. We broke out of this yesterday.
Yeah.
We seem to be rejecting that level now, and both of the Nasdaq and the S&Ps tested weekly kickoff lows and are rejecting those levels now. So I don't necessarily like the short anymore in either of them because the E-mini S&Ps was starting up, kind of putting forth what's a normal day. The initial balance remains the extreme on both sides, but now it's breaking out to the upside. I could certainly see some repair up to the high volume node from yesterday's highs here as a potential opportunity. And the Nasdaq again did trade to a weekly kickoff low. Here it is. They're just in the overnight traded down to weekly kickoff low, rejected. Short time frame structures to the upside, and we're almost really to an assumed point of control from yesterday's area here. Okay, so this is yesterday's profile. We have an area of volume and time accumulated here. We have an area of volume and time accumulated here. We tested to this point of control first thing. Now it's the target to the upside, an assumed point of control in the area up here somewhere.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So
while we were talking, the market's firmed up a bit. So now it's 55% shorts, but only 42% shorts.
Yeah, and it's kind of split as far as the tilt is concerned, right?
Yeah, it's 56% short on the Nasdaq, 43% short on the S&P, and 37% short on the crude oil.
So I mean, we're kind of stuck. I mean, this is the S&P profile. So if we're looking for longs, we've got really bad trade location in the day time frame.
John, put it centered.
I'm sorry, I always do that, don't I?
Yeah.
So I mean, this is the S&P profile. The low is the low of the initial balance. There's very low excess down here, but we're continuing to try and push price higher. We got delta up 16,000. This is short time frame buyers here, by the way. That's my opinion, because of the big positive delta that we have here. So this is looking more like shorter time frame buyers than a longer time frame.
So when we get the community involved, we're looking for bigger moves. But like if we were to put a position on right now, let's just say it was 80% short right now. Okay, so 80% short. We're up here on the on our highs. What would be the decision we make, or do we pull a community? Like, should we get long or short right here?
Well, if I mean, we're at the highs and everybody's 80% short.
Yeah,
there's going to be stops above the market.
Well, there's that, yeah. But then there's also, our loss, or our stop, our own stop that we're going to put in here.
Mm-hmm.
And then what would that? How does that work?
Well, if what I'm saying is, if the tilt is 80% short and we're on the highs, I'm going to be really stingy with a trade location for a short. I want to hit all their stops before I look for a short.
Okay, Will says you can't put position on without discussing the trade while it plays out. We're going to 100% do all that. That's what we do all day long, and take it or leave it. All we are is throwing, hey, they're biting over here. We'll use this lure, teach a man to fish, not give them the fish.
Right.
Can't really give them the fish in this industry, because if you could give fishes away, then you wouldn't give them away, because you're that damn good at fishing.
And that's what we've always talked about, Michael. I mean, all of us here, we didn't want to be calling trades. We don't want to hand out trades. We want to help people get better at finding their own trades and finding their own way as traders. So that way, when they're gone from us and they're off on doing their thing, they can continue to thrive in the market environment.
Yes.
If we're just talking about or giving away trades, whether they're wins or losses is irrelevant. They're not learning. So we have to talk about everything that we do.
Yeah. So we only have a few minutes left, and I got to hop off. But yeah, we're gonna dial this in. So far, you guys want to be involved. This is team trading now. 10K daily loss limit, 5K max position. We're looking for 1.5 to 1 risk reward plays, and I just don't want us. Yeah, we're gonna have to focus on where we put our stops, how we get the community involved, and making a decision on when to get in, when to get out. Mm-hmm. Are we fading the tilt? Are we fading the chat? Are we going with the chat? Are we going with the tilt?
I mean, this is a challenge I faced with Make Hoag Money. It was, but by the time we all came to agreement, sometimes the best trade their location was gone, but we still managed to learn a lot, I think, and had some fun.
Yep. And we're gonna have to be quick. We're gonna have to get good at this. So it's whether it's banging out pulls pretty quick, or using tilt, and how we're gonna figure that out. So,
hey guys. We got I just want to jump in here real quick. We're going to get a lot of noise here Wednesday afternoon. Now it might be the markets. It might be. I look at crude right now, but FEMA and the FCC are conducting an emergency alert test. So this is going to be around 2:20 Eastern time. So if your phones are on, you're going to be getting this. It's going to be broadcast by its cell towers for about 30 minutes in total. So you'll see that emergency alert system. Don't freak. It's going to be only a test.
Okay.
I hate it when they do this.
Right.
So.
All right. So I am out of here. I ended up the day down $1,200. So
Michael. Better than it was.
Oh, way better than it was. And we got some great trades. And I would say the thought process and talking out a lot of these trades today were great. We were on. But in the world of trading, just because you're right on the move doesn't mean you were able to capture the move. and we got stopped out a couple times, and then the move moved our favor. We got in this conversation about where our stops should be and all that kind of stuff. Then we opened it up and said, we're going to do some team trading, because if it's about Hoag's trading every day, my trading every day, or whoever else comes on here, I would like to get community involvement. We are all, look at those that trade at Topstep as a part of the whole Topstep team trading.
Yeah. Love it.
Cool. So we have Rips up next.
Coming up next, Power Players, and Rips will be with us here, and lots to talk about. So, guys, I appreciate you being with us here today, and we'll be back tomorrow, see if we have some more opportunities. We're going to take a few and be back with our Power Players.
Thanks for the heads up on that, Eddie. Thanks. And thanks, everybody, for joining us. Yep.
Yes, thanks, guys.
And welcome back to Power Players. We've got our good friend, Rips. Rips is with us here today, and more than a seasoned trader with a decade of market experience, he's a dynamic mentor who transforms learning into an exciting journey. Specializing in futures, equities, options, Rips brings his insights to life daily. The live trading sessions at the Market Clubhouse. We're going to talk to that Market Clubhouse a little bit later. But Rips, thank you for being here with us today. How are you, sir?
Hey, Eddie. Thank you so much for having me on the program here. I really appreciate it. Today is going really, really great. We did a live stream earlier on YouTube trading 3 Topstep accounts. Had a great time doing that. I traded those 3 accounts live, and I copied across all 3 of those accounts. So those were 150K Topstep accounts. and we ended up coming out ahead today, up $2,000. So a really great way to kick off our Wednesday, especially with how difficult it is right now during this cycle of the market. As you know, that NFP week is just one of those weeks where it can really get to you. So you have to obviously exercise a bunch of caution going into this week. So really great to eke out a win this morning.
And I'm told that Monday you had a nice day also.
Yeah, Monday was awesome as well. Did really well. Been trading really well actually. This week, even last week, it's been really awesome. I really appreciate being able to trade alongside with Topstep accounts here, and just been really putting in some good numbers lately. It's been really successful. Enjoying it a lot.
That's a damn good feeling, ain't it?
Oh, it's the best, especially on a difficult week like this week.
It has been. I mean, we see some trends kicking in for some of these markets, but it's not always where we want it to go. Looking like a support line, it still trends right through it. So it has been a very questionable week on, what side of the market should I enter? But let me ask you, Rips, what led you to pursue this wonderful thing called trading?
Well, that's a great question. What's really interesting, I started trading about a decade ago. It's going to be 11 years here coming up on that. But I had a business at the time, and one of my friends who was a fellow entrepreneur came into my office, and he showed me an ETF pair that was JNUG and JDust. Those were 3x leveraged gold miners. And he came in and he showed me, and he said, well, if the gold miners are hot, you go into JNUG. If the gold miners are dirt that day, you go into JDust. And I tell you, the first time I traded that, and this is where I caught the bug, and I got really lucky in my first few sessions. I think it was my third session into it, third day trading. I had a $26,000 day. And from that moment on, I just had the bug, and I just couldn't stop trading beyond that. It was just, I couldn't stop. And so I learned very quickly after that, having had an amazing session like that, I personally thought, oh, this is easy. I just need to guess which way the market's going and then follow that into the market. And if it goes up, I'm long here. If it goes back down, I'm going short. No big deal. This is simple. Well, about 2 weeks into it, I not only lost the $26,000 that I had made, but I had blown my account completely. And I learned that trading wasn't nearly as easy as I thought it was. So that was my introduction to trading. That was my initial foray into it. It was an ETF pair, JNUG and JDust, which I think they're still around. I think it's Direxion puts them on, but yeah, I think they're still around.
That's one of the worst things a new trader can experience is that home run, first time at bat. And, that it goes to say, you get this feeling, oh, this is easy. My goodness. And it come back, it full circles, it comes back around.
Absolutely.
Humbles you.
Yeah.
Yes. How about markets? You mentioned gold. What markets are you trading in now and why?
So I love trading the indices now. I mainly focus when I'm trading futures on NQ futures. I think that the ES is great if you're just getting started out, but the amount of volatility that we get blessed with on a daily basis in the NQ, it allows you to be wrong a few times throughout the day and still have room to recover those bad trades. Whereas on the ES, if you're trading the S&P E-mini, you could be wrong, but you're going to stay wrong for most of the day because it gives you little room to be able to recover those losses. The NQ is much more forgiving in that sense. Of course, it's very wild as far as an instrument goes, but you get that opportunity to make back if you're having a bad session because there's so many opportunities throughout the day with NQ. Obviously, there's a huge learning curve for it, and I do recommend for newer traders to trade something that's more tame like the ES because you're not going to have such wild whips in that, specifically trading the MES, of course. But, if you start to learn the NQ, trading MNQ perhaps, you can really have a golden opportunity day in and day out. And that's the one thing I love about trading futures products is that every single day is a brand new day full of opportunities, and especially the NQ. It's a great product.
That's nice. And I tell you, it can be night and day. Let me ask you, if you're trading both, are you using candlestick charts, time frames, volume? What are you using?
So I do a whole mix of stuff, right? I'm big on auction theory and volume profile. I like smart money concepts, price action trading, tape reading, you name it. I've learned it. I love using all of these kinds of things combined at one time in one instrument like the NQ. And you kind of look for confluence, right? So if there's a smart money concept like an order block that's confluential with a supply and demand level that's also coming up to a great area of price action that we've had in the volume profile, you have that confluence across these board with all of these different strategies, maybe technical analysis is there too. All of it converges at one point in the market, and you have all of these traders that are all trading all of these different strategies. And that convergence creates that self-fulfilling prophecy where it just creates a banger trade for you. So yeah, I use a mix of everything. I've been, one of the tools I use, for instance, Bookmap. I've been using Bookmap for at least a minimum of 10,000 hours. And that tool is completely invaluable to my trading because I'm a traditional tape reader. I started trading with time and sales and just reading the tape to level 2 and the depth of market. But having something like Bookmap where it kind of combines all of those things allows you to read the price action better. So a mix of all of these things, a mix of all of these tools. And it just allows you to, when you're trading a product like the NQ, it just allows you to really just have a real chance, trading alongside with these market makers who are, single-handedly moving the market around.
Right. Now, Rip, let me ask you, how do you stay up to date on market trends and news? You watch the news, paying attention?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a bunch of different news sources that I go over, and I'm looking at the news daily. I'm digesting the news every single day. I have every single squawk service that you can imagine, a Bloomberg terminal. I have everything going, and I'm paying close attention to that. In fact, in the Market Clubhouse on my morning call, I go over the macro picture. It's one of the first things that we attack on the morning call. We talk about all of the news that's going to be moving the market that day. And I love the cycle that we're in right now. I mean, a lot of people don't like it, but it allows for so much volatility where the market can open and then close at the exact same price on that day. But what happened in between on that trading day is all that beautiful volatility. And us as traders can capture that. So the news cycle that we're in right now, absolutely gorgeous. I love it. And it's completely driven by all of these data releases, the Fed data releases, and then all the Fed speakers throughout the day and these FOMC meetings. We're going to be out of that cycle eventually, I think sometime in 2024, and we're probably going to meander more into a stock pickers market, something that's more controlled by PR releases, news releases, which we've seen, of course, in the past, and that will also be a really exciting market. But I am enjoying the market that we're in right now. And yeah, to answer your question, we stay up to date on all of the news because it's so important in the current market cycle that we're in. If you have no idea, for instance, what are the data releases tomorrow at 8:30, and then all of a sudden you forgot that there's even data coming out, you're trading in the market, maybe you have a position on, maybe your stop's a little bit too tight, and you just get blown out of the market and miss a move completely. And so staying on top of the news, it's paramount, especially in this type of cycle right now.
I've got to agree with you too. And I mean, it is very, at least to a majority of traders, I believe. But there are a lot of traders out there that say, I don't even watch the news. I just trade the markets. And I'm like, oh, hey, how do you do it? No, exactly what you said. You got a position on, you don't know a big number's coming out. You're screwed, if you're on the wrong side of it. But there are traders there. I just can't understand that. But anyway, Rips, can you walk us through your typical trading day?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm actually on the West Coast here, and I wake up super early, usually around 2 a.m. And before you think that's crazy, right? I go to bed pretty early. I'm in bed around 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and I get a good night's sleep. I wake up at 2. Very much energized, ready to go. I have this love that is inflamed for the markets. I mean, I absolutely love the markets. I love talking about them. I love experiencing them. I love the beauty that every single day is like a brand new snowflake of a market. It's very unique. And so I wake up, I have this fire ignited in me. I usually go out in my backyard and I'll collect my thoughts, do some positive self-talk, do a little bit of meditation and get my mind right. And from there, I'm diving into the headlines. I'm reading everything that transpired overnight, seeing if that's going to be affecting our news for today. going through everything, trying to write my morning call script, which has all of these news, anything that came over in the overnight print, looking at the overnight session, what happened in Globex, what happened in Tokyo and London session, going through all of the important price levels that we hit, and really just combining that into an easy to understand morning memo, which I publish every single day in the Market Clubhouse. So I go through that, and then I do live trading now every single morning at 8 a.m. on YouTube. So I'm doing live trading on there. We jump into our Clubhouse call at 9 a.m. Eastern time. And from there, we go over all of the news that's going to be moving the market. And then we jump into more live trading right at market open. So that's generally what I do. A lot of prep before I'm getting live. And it's usually combing through all of the news stories and everything, putting levels on my chart, looking at what happened in Globex, London, and Tokyo, just getting really, really prepared, and then attacking the day head on and seeing what kind of opportunities we can find that day in the market.
All right, that's the Market Clubhouse. We just put the link in YouTube. Check it out. Let me ask you, Rips, what's your coaching style?
So I'm very much hands-on. I love working with people one-on-one. Before I started the Market Clubhouse, I had a big group of people that I was mentoring one-on-one. And that's actually what inspired me to start Market Clubhouse, was that I had so many people and it was drawing up so much of my time. I had so many people I was doing one-on-one with. I said, you know what, let me try combining this into one central area. And it actually worked out great. People really enjoyed the process. And I'm very much hands-on. I love reviewing people's trades. But big for me overall from anything, because I think that you can have every setup under the sun that's let's just say a 90% win rate back tested setup, amazing setup, but you won't get anything anywhere unless you have amazing control over your personal psychology. So I'm big in my teaching style when it comes to psychology. I often talk about it a lot. And it's one of the things that I really harp on in Market Clubhouse, where if your psychology is not in line, you're going to go through a bad swing of trades in the market. And how do I know this? I went through probably in my trading career, I've been doing this for just over a decade now. I probably went through 2 years straight of dealing with tilt that I just could not shake. So I have a lot of experience in that at a psychological level, where I think that I have a lot of personal gain from that I can bestow onto people who are willing to learn from that. And that's what I think that a lot of my power comes from as a mentor, is going through all of those struggles myself, where I thought that there was no light at the end of that tunnel. I thought that I was going to be stuck forever, that, you know what, maybe trading just isn't for me. But I persisted and I found my way through it, and I got to where I am now, which is a consistently profitable trader. And again, that's what I want to be teaching people. It takes time, but more than anything, I don't care how great your setup is, your psychology has to be top of mind when it comes to focus.
You know, like you said, like the light at the end of the tunnel. It took me about 2 years too before I really started to get some decent traction. You know, a lot of times just spinning my wheels and so forth. But let me ask you, how many traders have you mentored?
Oh gosh, we have about 600 traders in the Market Clubhouse now. And before that, I mean, I was probably mentoring close to 25 folks before that, just one-on-ones. And that's where it became a little bit too overwhelming for me. But throughout the Clubhouse, 600 to 800 people have gone through the Clubhouse now. And I've really enjoyed my experience with every single one of them. And I think that overwhelmingly, the response that I've had from most of the members that have been in there have been really positive outcomes and really strong success stories. And people have been really turning around their trading, because I think that, you know, at least in my experience, if I would have had at least a trading buddy very early on, obviously I found trading buddies later on in my trading career, but if I would have found a mentor or somebody that helped me and guide me early on, I think that I could have cut down my learning experience by at least a couple of years, because knowing the pitfalls without having to go through them yourself, it's very, very helpful. And, you know, I went through so many pitfalls, and not only were they psychologically taxing and making you depressed and feeling despair, but financially taxing. It was so expensive for my tuition in the markets. Obviously, I'm grateful for it now, but it was so expensive, so mentally taxing. So anything that I can do to alleviate that or curtail that amount of time that it would take for somebody to go through that themselves, that's where I find my value.
You know, and speaking of value, you know, that's something that the Market Clubhouse brings to our traders. That's something that TopstepTV brings to our traders. And I tell you, the community has grown into something very special. And, you know, each and every day, I definitely want to make sure that these traders learn one thing, you know, one thing minimum, and that's successful. But let me ask you, How long have you been here with Topstep?
Wow, that's a great question. Topstep, I think I've been trading now with you guys. I would say late summer, maybe July or August. It's not been that much time at all. And by God, I wish I had discovered you guys way early on in my career, because I would have donated far less money into the markets being able to use you guys as a learning tool, which I highly suggest to anybody out there. If you're learning to trade futures, don't be doing this with your own money. There's no reason, because the amount of money that you're going to end up donating into the market is going to be astronomical. It's going to wear you out before that you're going to get to that part where you're understanding what you're doing. And if you have a program here like Topstep, they not only give you the combine account where you can train with it, they give you a practice account on top. So any trades that you're just kind of sitting there and you're looking at the market and you're saying, you know, this does look like a good trade, flip it over into your practice account and try it. And you have no threat to your bank account. You have no threat to losing your account. And that's, to me, there's so much value in that. And that's what I show all of my members there in Market Clubhouse, talk about you guys all the time, because there's so much value in there. And I wish it was something that I had really early on in my trading career, believe me.
You know, I can't stress that point, going into the batting cages before the game or during the game and taking a few swings in the practice account. I usually say, if somebody is in the hesitance of putting a trade on, I'm saying, swing into your practice account and use it as I call it the sacrificial lamb. Put a one lot on and see what happens. And if it grooves with your game plan, and what you want, what you're looking for, then you know what, like you say, switch it back to the trading combine. And one thing too is a lot of traders, man, I was in the practice account, I made 3,000. I thought I was in the trading combine. Well, the best thing you can do if you're using both of those going back and forth, change the color of your charts on your practice account. Change them to something bizarre. So when you are in that practice account, you're like, whoa, this isn't the trading combine. I got to switch back. So
that's great advice. I hadn't even thought about that. That's brilliant advice. Really, really good.
It'll help. I mean, because I feel so bad. I'm up 3,500, but it was my practice account. I'm like, oh man, we can't.
Well, the silver lining there is that you actually did something right. You're doing something right. Which
positive. Exactly.
Yeah, you got to find the silver line. That's one of the things that you struggle with as a trader is that during your trading day, if you're having a really terrible day, it's so hard to find the silver lining. It's something I preach to when I'm talking psychology to my group in Market Clubhouse, is that you always want to find the silver lining. Even if you have a red day, there's got to be some silver lining there. And what can you put in your journal to figure out how you can improve your trading for the next day?
So, Rips, I'm telling you, I'm really liking how you're bringing everything up that traders should be doing. I mean, we've got traders that don't like the trading buddy, love the trading buddy, traders that don't journal, traders that do journal, don't watch the news, do watch the news. And, you're putting everything on the table and honestly, I have to agree 100% here that you should be watching, you should be doing, and you should be following along. So, I mean, I am very impressed here. I'm very happy that you're putting these things out there as importance.
Yeah, and I think that, it depends on what stage you are in your journey, right? Because there's a lot of traders. I know that I caught this bug early on, right? And the very first thing you think is that you get some great trades on, like I did, very, very lucky, where I made 5 figures in my first week of trading. Very, very lucky. And the first thought that you have, and I think it's just human natural intuition, the first thought that you have is that, oh, this is easy and I'm special. Everybody else doesn't have any idea what they're doing, right? And so you get this bullheaded, stubborn level of confidence, and you think that, oh, I'm the person, I'm this market god who can figure this out. No, nobody else can figure it out. And that sticks with you for a while until you get humbled by the market, which thankfully was me early on. You get humbled by the market, you get a slice of humble pie, and you realize, nope, you're not that market genius just yet. You're not ready to take on the markets with full account, full port on every trade. And you got to reel it in a little bit. Have a little bit of humility. And that's where having a trading buddy comes in, having that trading journal, being honest with yourself, and actually looking introspectively so that you can grow not only as a trader, but as a better person in general.
Right. It's like just getting a little taste and saying, wow, this is good. Like when mom used to bake a cake and she'd let you lick the spoon, but you can't have cake yet. You got to wait, and it's a very positive movement. I mean, you talked about psychology, mindset, positive mental attitude, PMA. I mean, that is just so important in getting yourself through a trade day is that you've got to have that positive. And even if you're on a red day, like Rips mentioned, did you learn something from that day? All right. It's the cost of learning, and it's going to make you better. It's, don't get all pissed off and mad. And, it's going to build stress, anxiety. You're going to be reckless. It's something that you have to sort of, stay on the right track and try to do the best you can there. Now, Rips, let me ask you about, how'd you hear about Topstep? If you don't mind asking.
That's a really good question. It was one of those things where I had heard about you guys in the past, and I had heard about other funding companies too. I've always self-funded my own accounts. But when I had Market Clubhouse, I started Market Clubhouse, I realized that, for people who are learning, there's got to be a better way than they just donating all this money into the market, because it becomes such an expensive tuition. In some cases, it could be more than a general college tuition, and so there had to be a better way. So I started looking at all these different funding companies. And at the time, this was before Topstep had that one rule. The whole one rule thing is what changed everything for Topstep, for me, through my eyes at least. So there's other funding companies that we were looking at the time, and they had different rule sets and everything. But when Topstep came around, they started doing this one rule thing. That's when I started looking into you guys, and I realized out of any other funding company out there, there's no nonsense, there's no games, and it was the closest thing for me to trading my own money. Because obviously, I've traded futures for a very long time now, and when I traded futures in the past, I always traded my own money. I'd never used funded companies ever in my life. And so whatever was the closest to trading my own account and my own money, that's what I wanted to go for. And that's what I found in Topstep. There's no games within a game where you have, if you're up in a position, it counts against you. If you don't close it at the very peak of the position, you can actually let your positions work. That was probably the biggest thing for me. The end of day trailing drawdown rules. And then the fact of the matter is that you're giving your traders this scaling plan once they go over into the XFA, where it's going to limit their chances of blowing their accounts and getting them in trouble. Not to mention the fact that you can't even blow your account in one day. You get that first maximum daily loss, and then after that, you still got another day to make it back and get your act together. And that little timeout is what newer traders sometimes need to say, hold on, pump the brakes. You're getting a little bit out of hand here. Let's refocus, let's recenter and trade either the next day or just take a few days off and come back later. And I think having that for newer traders, those few things alone are a game changer in the marketplace.
Game changer. You nailed it. That's a game changer. That's for sure. Rips, can you share with us your secret recipe for managing risk in your trades? Can you share that, or is that the secret recipe?
That's a really good question too. Yeah, it's not so much a secret recipe. I think it's just a lot of time of being in the market and seeing certain setups and situations. You asked me earlier about what my style of trading is, and it's a mixed bag of all of these things. So when the tape or the chart is setting up in a certain way, I'm going to reach in my bag of all of my experience and pull out whatever trading style is going to apply to that certain area of the chart. For instance, on my live stream this morning, we had a very tight range and we had that print. I caught the momentum trade on the print to the top side, and then we took it short to the downside. So there's two different combined strategies there. But like you said, it really does come down ultimately to risk management, because I like to say to people, we aren't traders. No, we're risk managers more than anything. Trading comes second. Managing risk comes first. And if you can't manage risk, you'll never be a phenomenal trader. So managing risk for me, obviously paramount, step one, that's it. Everything else to that comes secondary.
Right. If you can't manage your account, you can't manage yourself. And if you can't manage yourself, you can't manage your account. I mean, that's one of the most important things I like to preach. And, I'm always thinking of that in a trade. Am I managing right? Am I managing correctly? Am I managing well? And I'll ask myself, before I put on a trade, why are you doing this? Sort of like the manager asking the employee, what are you doing right now? And if it's not a good answer, then I know something's up and I have to stop, rethink. And until I give myself a good answer, I'm trying to be the best manager to myself as possible. It's like you're a pitcher on the pitching, you're a pitcher, ace pitcher, and you've got to have a manager, a pitching coach, or your manager. Obviously these professional pitchers, they'd stay out there 9 innings if they could. But if they're doing bad, somebody's got to tell you, you know what, go hit the showers. Or, hey, you're doing great. Stay out there. Give it another inning. Give it another trade. Let's see what happens. So you've got to be that second voice.
And I think that, a lot of traders, kind of newer traders, they'll get it conflated where they think that their trades somehow have an effect on the market, where it's completely the opposite side. The market is in control. The only thing you have control over is yourself and your actions. And in turn, that's managing your own risk, like you said, Eddie.
Right. Jim Carlton from our YouTube chat's got a question. Rips, do you use bracket orders to manage risk?
Yes, 100%. I use NinjaTrader myself to trade because I used to use NinjaTrader back in the day when I was trading futures. And so NinjaTrader is a very comfortable platform for me to be using. I use their ATM strategy. And so, for instance, the way, and you can see in my live streams, all of my live streams are archived on my YouTube channel there. You can see that anytime I put on a trade, I usually have a bracket order where I'll enter in with whatever size lots, and then my stop loss will be placed 40 ticks lower. Now, immediately, that stop is not going to stay there. I'm going to move that stop specifically to a structural area of the market of where it makes sense. But I will never trade without a stop. If you're trading without stops, the best day to stop doing that was yesterday. The second best day is today. You need to be using stops. Don't think that you can get by in this industry without using stops.
It's like driving without insurance, living in a home without insurance. You're just being very risky. How about entrances and exits? Entrance orders. What determines the best time for you to enter an order?
So that depends. And again, this comes back to sort of the strategies that I'm invoking when I'm trading. Yesterday, or we had an amazing trade, I think it was on Monday, where we're using order blocks. And I was waiting for this order block to get mitigated. And we had a beautiful setup to the short side. I think it was either Monday or it was the following, the prior week. But we had a beautiful order block that set up that was unmitigated. And the price action in the N cube came right up to that order block. And I was short into that order block. So that was me having a limit order that was rested in my dome there. I use Super Dome on NinjaTrader, but I had a resting order in my dome that got filled. And then once we had confirmation that that order block was valid and it was a valid short to be taking, I ended up adding into that. And by adding, I was probably using sell market or sell into the bid just to make sure that I was getting those fills instead of, having a passive order selling on the ask short. So yeah, just hammering into that, building my average as high as I could, and then just riding those puts on the way down there. Or not puts, not puts, but a short position on the way down there. I traded options this morning, so I'm still thinking options here.
Now, you mentioned order block. Some of us don't know what an order block is. Now, I was taught that probably about 3-4 years ago, but I myself had forgot how to use it. What is an order block?
So an order block, and we actually had a webinar about this last week. We're doing an advanced webinar strategy session this Thursday in the clubhouse. It's going to be awesome. Order blocks are basically optimized supply and demand zones. So there's a certain criteria where an order block has to be met. It has to create an imbalance in the market. It has to invoke a break of structure. And there's some other qualities that it has to qualify for. So instead of just a traditional supply or demand zone on your chart, this is more of an optimized supply and demand zone because it meets a certain criteria. And they show up, and sometimes you'll have an order block which will come up, it'll be mitigated, and then it'll blow right through it, and it doesn't work. Not all order blocks work, but the point is that it allows you to eye out certain areas in your chart where there's an expected outcome for that. And these strategies, of course, are being back tested, so you can see that they have a failure rate of probably, just general order blocks, maybe about 40% failure rate, but you're pairing it as well with certain key levels on your chart. And I talked about this at the top of our call here, Eddie, where if you have an order block that is mixed with a certain confluence level on your chart, those strategies kind of pair in together. Maybe there's a technical analysis level there as well. That confluence will add to that win rate percentage on something like an order block, where if we're touching into a bearish order block that's created with a bunch of supply, overhead supply, we're going into that with a short, knowing that there's a lot of volume that was conducted right below that chunk there. So we're probably blowing stops to the top side that we're getting filled market makers on the other end of these trades. And now we're taking that short. There's, it's basically just an optimized supply and demand zone. There's a lot of different of these concepts out there, but like I said, I think that pairing all these different concepts together is going to be the best rate of success in the market, because you have that self-fulfilling prophecy where the more people that are trading off of a certain strategy, the more likely it is that it's going to work.
All right. David Scott's got a question, and Daruma's got a question here. Hey, Rip, what's your preference time frame for executions?
For executions, I'll take it from the 15-minute, drop it down to the 5 or the 3. 15-minute is usually where I'm looking for my prime setups, and then executing on the 5 and the 3. On my stream, I show the 30-second chart just so you can see the tick-by-tick action, but I'll never trade on a time frame that low. Generally, somewhere between the 15 and the 3 is where I'm most comfortable for my executions.
Is that with the ES and the NASDAQ?
Mainly with the NAS. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I rarely trade the ES. Now, the ES usually is what I'm using to guide my trades when I'm trading SPY options. And I trade SPY options in the clubhouse. But yeah, usually I'm mainly trading the price action on the NQ, and that's going to be a 15-minute down to a 3, somewhere in that sweet spot there.
All right. Daruma's question was, do you use runners?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, you must. Yeah. And that's one of the things that newer traders struggle with quite often, right? They will close trades too early. And let's just say you're taking a 2-lot position, and, it gets to a certain area in the chart, and you say, okay, well, that's good. I got my green. I'm done for the day. I'm out. And then it continues going. And now you're chasing it, and you're sitting there like, why did I ever close that? So there's an exercise that I talk about often when we're going through psychology. We often have wrap sessions at the end of the day in Market Clubhouse. And one of the things that I really stress on is that if you're trading, let's say, if you're used to trading a 2-lot position, do this as an exercise. Maybe trade, instead of 2 lots, try to trade maybe 20 micros, right? Instead of minis, trade 20 micros. And then instead of taking off all 20 micros, leave 5 micros running, right? And if you leave those 5 micros running, you've already committed to that. You're taking off, basically in this case, it'd be like 1.5 minis. You take that off, you leave your other 0.5 running, and you just let it work. You have a stop in place, move your stop somewhere around break even so that you can't really hurt yourself. But just owe that to yourself to go through that process. Build that muscle memory where you're feeling comfortable leaving runners on. Because to be honest with you, some of my best trades have always been those big surprise trades where you think you're coming to an area of support. Let's say you're short the market. You come up to an area of support. You take off the majority of your position, but then you leave that 1 or 2 lot runner. And then that 1 or 2 lot runner exceeds what you even made on maybe your 3 or 4 lot position that you took off earlier. Yes, highly recommend using runners. It's an important part of trading.
It's a great way to build confidence too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So good question there. How about this? You've got a lot of new traders that are following you. What is some good advice? If somebody came up to you and said, hey, I heard about this thing called trading. Can you inform me, clue me in on, what I need to do and what it's about?
Are you ready to commit the next 5 years of your life to this craft? That's what I would start with. Are you ready to commit to the next 5 years in this craft? Because if you're not, you have way too short of a time frame, because a lot of folks, and it's just, it's a product of social media. It's a product of everything that's out there. The glitz and glamour, movies glamorize trading like crazy, right?
Yes.
And so people just think, I'm pressing all these buttons. I'm going crazy. I'm in, I'm out. Give me a 30 lot, going crazy. It's not that, unfortunately. And I know this is so cliche, it is a marathon and not a sprint. And every single day that you get under your belt of having a successful trading day, that's just one step closer that you are on this 10-mile journey to get to the end. But it's one step at a time. It's one brick at a time. So that would be the initial conversation that I would have with newer traders. Do you have 5 years to dedicate to the next 5 years of your life to this craft? Because that's what it's going to take to be a rock star in this industry.
Yeah. And you got to have the passion. You got to have the desire. And even sometimes you got to go against what you want to do for what you should do. And sometimes that's really hard, to stop yourself from doing something you want to do, but you should do it, and that's going to make the difference here. I mean, that's going to make a big difference if you can actually cross that line and commit.
100%. And I think that, newer traders too, they struggle with a lot of the things that they know that they should be doing that they just don't do. For instance, journaling, one of them. I think that journaling, hands down, is probably one of the greatest tools to fast tracking your success as a trader, because it is one of the best places where you can be honest with yourself, and it's cathartic because you relieve all of that stress from a bad trading day. You write down every single thing that you did wrong. You write down all of the things that you did right, and you get it all out on the page. And for me, journaling was one of those things that once I started doing it, it really unlocked my success with trading. And that would be some more advice that I give to newer traders. Make sure that you're journaling every single day, because if you're leaving it to the wayside, you're going to carry a lot of that emotional baggage, especially from a very stressful trading day. I have stressful trading days all the time. I'm over 10 years into this and I still journal every single day. It's something that you have to do. It's something that will make you feel better. And it's the one place out of anywhere, you got a husband and wife, maybe you're not keeping it real with them about your trading journey 100% of the time. Your journal is that spot where you keep it 100% all the time, and you be completely honest with yourself. And for me, that was one of the best things, journaling for sure.
Fantastic. And yes, even though it is work, we say do the homework. All right, this is going to benefit you. It's not going to benefit me. I don't care if you journal or not, but once you start and get into a habit, you might come across something in the market that's like, hey, wait a minute. This is something that happened 2 weeks ago. What did I do 2 weeks ago? And that'll help you. That'll help you for sure. Now, Rips, tell us about this Market Clubhouse. I know it's a large community of new and veteran traders passionate about the markets. You're focusing on education, shared learning, fostering a positive mindset. Yes. I know we put the link in a few times, but if I'm a new trader, can I stop by?
Absolutely. Yeah. We actually offer, because I want to make it accessible to a lot of people out there. I want to make it accessible, and you never know when you're joining a community if it's going to be a right fit for you. So what we offer is a 7-day trial for $7, where you come in, you check it out, you see if it's a good fit for you or not. Because we want to make sure that we're having people in there that are passionate about trading, passionate about a community where we're all working together towards a common goal, and that support. For instance, if you've only been trading alone, you have no idea what you're missing out on first. That's the very first thing. If you've been trading alone, which I did for the majority of my career early on, you have no idea what you're missing out on. If you're in a community, that level of support, being able to bounce off questions. Hey, do you think the NQ looks good here? Hey, I was taking a trade here and I got miffed up in this area. Hey, what did you do in this area? Having that sounding board changes the game so rapidly in your trading that, without it, you're missing a key piece. And yeah, I think that newer traders, veteran traders, they all benefit from having this type of community. Whether it's Market Clubhouse or another community out there, it's just having that support, having people that are looking out for you, people that are sharing that common interest, that common goal. That's one of the most important things, where it's like, if you're doing it without that, you're missing such a key part of your trading that you have no clue what you're missing.
Right. Well, Rips, I appreciate you being here with us today. Really do. And please do us a favor, all of us a favor. Keep us posted. I'm excited that you're in XFA. You're having a great week so far. So keep us posted. Would love to get you back on again. There was so much. I'm not going to say good information. I'm going to say great information.
Oh, thank you.
And I usually don't step over that line, but what Rips has shared with everybody today, I really hope a light bulb turns on and says, maybe I should start journaling. Maybe I should start doing that. Great stuff across the board, and really happy that you were with us here. Hoping that we can get you back again.
Oh, I'd love to be back, Eddie. I really appreciate you guys having me here on TopstepTV. I really appreciate it.
Now, for the last question, the fun question. Let me ask you, where was the most beautiful place on this planet you've ever been?
Oh, hands down, British Virgin Islands. I love British Virgin Islands.
Tell us about
heaven on earth. If you've ever been to like Soggy Dollar down there in the islands, it's just a magical place. The water is see-through, it's glass, the white sand beaches, the whole nine. If you ever have the means to get down to that part of the world, it's one of the most beautiful places on earth.
Fantastic. Well, once again, Rips, mucho apreciado. I hope I said that right. Much appreciated. I had a blast on this interview, and I hope everybody else did also. You have yourself a great week, and all the best, my friend.
All right, Eddie. We'll see you soon. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Hey there, everybody. We'll take a quick break right now and be back for the quiz in a few minutes. I'll get that screen up there. Thanks again to Rips. In the meantime, we'll turn on that smooth music with the charts. Be right
Oh, boy. Oh,
back.
joy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Trivia Dome. I saw that Rips has the same mic I do, but his voice sounds nicer. That was cool. Bonnie, new place. How's it going?
Love it. Just need to figure out my setup now and unpack.
Well, Bonnie, you have a trivia fan club brewing. Alyssa does too, but just wanted you to be aware of that as we start doing this. And welcome to Top Quiz. We'll let people join for a few more. We'll give it away 150, 100K, a 50K combine, and 2 random to people that get more than, I'll say, 2 right today. So we can mess that up. Yep. Oh, Dolby's saying Bonnie, Bonnie, Bonnie. Okay. So answer the questions. Answer them fast. I believe today the first question, you have 20 seconds to answer, and the rest will be 10 seconds. Yeah. Well, how many think you're getting right today, Bonnie?
Hopefully more than 3. That's my record right now.
Yeah, these are silly questions indeed. So I'll close this and get us started in a few seconds here. Let's see what we got going. A king and a priest, Bannon, Roderick, CN, Frippy. 1, 2, 3, 4. The radio flyer. They're coming in fast. Casey McIntosh, I think, is here. ICT, maybe it's him. I bet there'll be some real strategy going on there if that's the case. Okay, so with that, I'll check the comments. And are you ready to start?
Yes.
Born ready. Okay, let's Kahoot. 6-second delay, so remember they pop up on your screen. 3, 2, 1. Who did MP see at the craps table in Vegas last week? Was it Mr. T, John Voight, Joe Torre, or Barry Bonds?
Mr. T?
You know, my family once, the answer is, I can say it because of the delay now, is Joe Torre is who was at the table. And John Hamm, I believe. But strangely, MP told this story, said he was there, that he saw Joe Torre and John Hamm, and proceeded to only talk about Joe Torre, who I think John Hamm is a much bigger celebrity. Maybe they got into it or something. Who knows? That is correct. I failed to mention at the beginning, if this is your first time, keep an eye on your screen, because that's where the questions will appear about 6 seconds before they do here. All right, Joe Torre, former manager of the New York Yankees, was there. And who was watching the show this morning? My old nemesis, Dan the Man Rosales, Coach Jay. Okay, question number 2. How many times has the U.S. Congress removed the Speaker of the House? 0, 1, 2, or 3 times?
I'm gonna guess 2.
Well, it's just that guy with the popsicle there, Kevin McCarthy. It is 1 time. So, as we say, it's all freeform jazz from here on out. We'll see what happens. And we'll see what happens with the scoreboard. HM, bad tuna salad. And oh my goodness, we have Gandalf the Gray is in here right now. Just a heads up, Eddie Horn is saying, oh, yes, at 1:20, there might be the iPhone test. Justin, I looked up today and it said this was the first time, so I'll look at it. And if I'm wrong, you know what? We got time here. A vamp for me. How many times has the Speaker of the House been moved? Yes, removed. The first time he was removed by vote. I probably should have included by vote, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You can send your... I'll see if I can do some stuff with the standings. If it makes a difference at the end, I can add the points, and if someone wins beyond that for that question, I'll make it happen. All right. Next up. Chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, recently joined what social media platform, Bonnie? Was it TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, or Truth Social?
Would it be TikTok? Twitter's called X now, right?
Yes, the answer is Instagram, as a matter of fact. Twitter is called X. I'll still continue to call Twitter. I don't know if government employees are allowed to have TikTok anymore. So that'd be tough. Trading research, your feedback is taken. I'll explain sometimes why I'm doing things like I do for this, but it's a balance. I'll do a longer question form tomorrow. Okay, let's see what's happening here. HM, bad tuna salad, girl on the rocks, JBS, and the caring fox. All right, DC has the highest answer streak. Here we go. Question number 4. Google Chrome controls what % of the worldwide market share for web browsers? Is it 24, 43, 64, or 89%?
I'm guessing 64.
You are 100% correct. Way to go, Bonnie. And with that, Caring Fox, HM, and JBS. All right. Let's see what we got here. We got a few more questions left, Bonnie. How you feeling?
Feeling good. At least I got one right so far.
That's really all you need.
Yeah, that's my goal for every game. At least one.
So far, I haven't seen, unless my old nemesis is one, I haven't seen any of the names that usually torment me in here. I'll announce again, we're capping, and I'll give some maybe leeway. We're capping at 3 times per quarter to start that you can win this or get a prize. So just keep that in mind. On March 3rd, 1848, the first forward contract was traded at the CBOT. What was traded? Was it wheat, onions, corn, or gold?
Corn?
Bonnie, that is 2 in a row.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yes, for me.
It was indeed corn as the first forward contract traded that day. They didn't start trading official futures contracts until 1865, I believe, but that was the first forward contract. And let's see if there's... All right. Yuri knew it. Here we go. We got HM, Rachel, Caring Fox, Tibbs, and Danny. What normal names at the top? Beautiful thing to see. You got 2 in a row, Bonnie. You ready?
Yes.
Which of these historical figures was not beheaded? King Louis XVI, Anne Boleyn, Tsar Nicholas II, or Saint Denis?
Is it Anne?
Anne unfortunately lost her head. Yes. It was Tsar Nicholas was shot, I believe. I always get nervous when people ask another one on there. All right, perfect. Once again, you already knew it in there. Every time I see an answer that has the most, but it's not it, I get a little worried, but I was right on this one. So here we go. Let's see how that shook out. HM, Rachel, my old nemesis, No Spoon 7, and Girl on the Rocks. All right, we got 2 more questions here. Let's see how they shake out. Which of these celebrities was awarded the high school superlative for most school-spirited? Was it Jennifer Gardner, Tom Hanks, Jennifer Aniston, or Chris Evans?
Tom?
It was Jennifer Gardner, as a matter of fact, which kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? LOL, who knows this stuff? That's the point. We're trying to get some spread here. All right. We got 1 more question, but going into it, we have HM, Rachel, No Spoon, JBS, Dan the Man. Are you ready, Bonnie?
Yes, please let me get this right.
Okay. Last question. I'll check YouTube first. Here we go. What decade did the CME introduce the first futures contracts based on financial instruments? Was it the 50s, 60s, 70s, or 1980s?
60s?
60s. I gave 20 seconds here, unfortunately. But the answer is the 1970s.
Oh,
Yes. Yes, 1971 to be precise, and what a great idea that was for them. All right, Bonnie, let's see who won this thing. 3rd place, Dan the Man. 2nd place, someone without a spoon. And my good friend in 1st place is, today, Rachel. Rachel, congratulations to everybody. Is there a prize for wrong answer streak? Yeah, sure, Jay. We can do it. Yeah.
I will get a prize every time I come on this.
Exactly. We're going to figure out some other ways to do it where we might flip around the quiz a little bit. I will try my best to keep out any nefarious activity. If anyone has any ideas on it, let me know. And I mean, the way to get 8 out of 8, though, too, which makes it tough, there are a couple hundred people playing, so there'll usually be a few people that get everything right or close to it. So we'll see going forward. In the meantime, I'm going to pick 2 random winners, and then I am going to announce them at some point during group coaching with Hoag. So, Bonnie, thank you per usual for stopping by today.
Thank you, Jack.
Yes. So we're going to take a quick coffee break, and then we will be right back.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to group coaching, Top Steps group coaching. This we like to call Let's Crush 2023. Hang on one second. I got something else going on here. All right. It's one of my favorite segments that we do, that I get to do. I always appreciate having the opportunity to talk to traders about trading. We do have a couple of emailed in questions. One I'm hoping I'm going to be able to help with. One maybe not so much. We'll get to those shortly. If you don't know me, my name is John Hoagland. I'm the Senior Performance Coach here at Topstep. I've got more than 40 years of industry experience in futures, more like 31 years as an active trader after trading on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for over 20 years. I migrated to screen trading in 2009. It has been a challenge and lots of fun and learning opportunities ever since. And since about 2011, I joined up with Topstep, and I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of traders about trading and hopefully help improve their performance, at least improve their knowledge about markets, and maybe even a little bit of self. We've got the CFTC disclaimer here. Take a look at it. I should probably know it by heart by now, but it just is a reminder that there's a lot of risk in futures trading. These are leveraged products. We do run the risk of losing more than our initial investment, and we should only be using risk capital, which to me is capital that I can afford to lose if I'm going to be trading futures. We're not going to be discussing the purchase or sale of any particular product or security during this session today. This is for educational purposes only. Nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. I'm going to be very honest with you. If there's an indicator or a tool or something that you're asking about that I don't know about, I'm not going to try and cheese it. I'm going to let you know. This is something I'm not familiar with, and I think that gives us a really good chance to learn together. So I'm going to get into the questions, and I thought it was a very good interview with Rips and Eddie, and I had been talking about something that I was going to show you guys and offer to you for another kind of depth in journaling. Now, there's lots of different apps, programs. Edgewonk is one of them that I've heard of. You can certainly try those. The most important thing that in journaling is that you actually do it. Rip was saying, he kind of figures this is one of the most important things because it helps you kind of unravel. It helps you kind of unload some of the things that you might be carrying after the trading day. But there's another form or another layer to journaling that I want to discuss with you all today. I'm going to put the charts up here while I just talk about how I learned about this particular kind of opportunity, if you will. Hang on just a second. I'm just going to put where'd the charts go? I must have X'd them out. All right. Well, we can always put those up. So when I first learned about what I'm going to show you, I was working with a trading psychologist right about the time that I'd stepped out of the trading pit and started trying to learn how to trade on screen. And this trading psychologist gave me an exercise that he wanted me to do every day and for every trade. Now, it seems like it might be a little cumbersome, especially if you're a very active trader. If you're in and out of the markets a lot, this might be a little bit more difficult for you. And it seemed like a lot of fluff to me. So right. So he told me about it. I'm going to tell you about it here in just a second. And it didn't seem like it was going to be anything that was going to help me. So the first week, when he asked me to do this, and I didn't do it, I blew it off. And so we have our meeting the end of the week, and he asks me, how does the journaling going? And I said, well, I didn't do it because I didn't really feel like it was going to be something that was going to be really beneficial for me. So I didn't do it. And he says, well, you're paying me, you're working with me. This is something I'm asking you to do. You may not recognize that it's going to benefit you yet, but you will. So promise me you're going to do it this coming week, so that we can start taking a kind of a look at some of the things maybe you're coming up with in this journal. And so I blew it off the next week too. So we got our next meeting, and he said to me, and he said, well, how's the journal? How did the journal go this week? And I said, well, to be honest with you, I didn't do it. I got to be honest with him. I'm paying him to help me improve as a trader, but I'm fighting him on one of the things that he's telling me to do. And so he says, well, I guess it's been nice getting to know you. Good luck finding somebody you can work with, and good luck, with your trading. And I was like, wait a minute, he was breaking up with me. So I said, I'm paying you. We're still talking about things. And he says, I know, but you're fighting me on something that I know is going to benefit you. If we're going to keep working together, I need you to take this seriously, and I need you to do it. So I decided to do it. Now, this is something that one of our users kind of set up for me, and I named it the emotional journal. The emotional journal. So what he was having me do was take trade number 1, and then in very short words or hieroglyphs, mark changes in my mental state, physical state, and emotional state at 5 different stages during the trade: before the trade, at entry, during the trade, at exit, and after the trade. All right. So it doesn't really take that much, and I'm not that active a trader. If I take 3 to 5 trades in a particular product. That's pretty much it for me for the day. I may be there all day, but I may not take that many trades. So trade number one, before the trade, first trade, mentally, physically, I'm probably feeling, relatively calm, emotional, non-emotional at this point. The day is just beginning. But at entry, if I notice my heart rate increase or my palms start to sweat or the hair on the back of my neck stand up, anything that's changing physically, mentally, and emotionally throughout the trade, just make a little note, before the trade, calm, physical, calm, emotional, non. At entry, maybe the heart rate increases a little bit. Physically, mentally, we're still doing okay because we haven't taken any risk, any losses, any profits. But as the day goes on, you're looking for changes, not just in individual trades in this regard, but we're also looking for trades, changes. If the first trade's a loss, mentally and physically and emotionally, you're going to feel a change or something different from when you were getting into or before your first trade of the day. You just track stuff down. As far as physical or mental or emotional, if nerves come into it, instead of writing the word nervous, I've created a couple of hieroglyphs. If I'm nervous at any time and in any stage of the trade or in any category, my little hieroglyph for nerves is 3 wavy lines. It doesn't take that long to write it down. If there's a physical change, if my heart rate increases at any point during a trade, I draw a heart. I just put a heart there. That's my thing to know that, all right, during this trade at this point, my heart rate increased. If my palms start to sweat, which does tend to happen sometimes, I'll write a drip, right? A drip of water. The hardest part, mental and the physical, are usually relatively easy because they're kind of top of mind. The hard part is the emotional part. So as you are going through your trading day, let's say you have a winning trade at first, emotionally, you're going to be a little charged. What is that charge? What is it feeling? What is it telling you? Maybe the next trade's a loss and you're starting angry and mentally and emotionally. Physically, maybe there's a little bit of exhaustion starting to come in. Just pay attention to these things through each trade at 5 different stages. And then you can write a comment after the exit of the trade. Why after the trade do we want to pay attention to these changes that are happening mentally, physically, and emotionally? Because a lot of times you may experience some sort of feeling of loss even after a winning trade if price continues in that direction. So you're out of the trade mentally. Physically, you're probably relieved. Emotionally, you're going to be where you are mentally. After the trade, if the trade continues to go and it was worth a lot more than you took on it, a lot of traders, I think most, if not all, will have a sense of loss. They were in the trade played out the way they wanted it to, but the trade ended up being worth a whole lot more. That is something you want to pay attention to and review. So just kind of going over some of the changes that are occurring mentally, physically, and emotionally on each trade and over an entire trading day. There's a lot of information that you're going to be able to get from this. So if you're using some sort of a program to journal, that's all fine and dandy. That's all good. And again, I fought this. I did not like this idea. I thought it wasn't going to be any good for me. It seemed like it was too much. And when I am actively trading, I am still doing this emotional journal. But now, I can print this out, but I don't really need that. I can just kind of trisect a piece of paper and write down all of this information. Now, the collection of this information is only half of the way this is going to help you. at the end of the day, you're going to go trade number one. Look on your charts and you're going to go, okay, I remember this trade. I remember why I took it. What happened to me throughout that trade? What changed internally, mentally, physically, emotionally? Even try and close your eyes and remanufacture those feelings just to get them out at the end of the day. Take a deep breath and then move on. What he told me this was going to help me with, and every trading psychologist, they have their tools that they want to use. But he told me that in doing this, I was really going to relive each trade that I take twice. Well, when I take it, there's one. When I review it this way, I kind of relive the trade at the end of the day. It is important, however, to make sure that you release. You got to take that deep breath, especially when the emotions and mental changes are concerned. You got to let it go. You're going to relive the trade. You're going to breathe it in, and you're going to let it go. And you're going to do that for each trade you take. Then you go to trade number 2. Then you go to trade number 3. Try and remanufacture those feelings. And if it was a 2-hour long trade, you don't have to sit there and do that for 2 hours. That's exhausting. Just remember the trade. Remember why you took it. Remember the things that were changing inside of you. It'll get out of the trade. It can take 15, 20 seconds to do this for each trade. Then breathe in and let it out. So you can also see that on the top here, there's a thing that says, is this in my best interest? In doing this exercise, I had noticed that I was getting a lot closer to being able to recognize impulse versus intuition. Intuition is, of course, knowledge and experience-based, nuance, internal nuance, feelings, guts, whatever you want to put it, however you want to put it. All right? So the intuition is something that takes a long time to accumulate in trading. Because it's knowledge and experience-based, a new trader doesn't have any intuition. So a new trader is going to be counting more on patterns, pattern recognition. And a professional old trader should be counting on pattern recognition as well. Okay? But the ability to recognize the difference between nuance and between impulse and intuition is something that has to come over time. Now, I had been trading actively for 20 years by the time I came to this, but my whole venue of changed. I went from trading in the pit to the screen. So I knew there was going to be a lot to learn. So the first thing that I noticed was, because I was doing this review, I was kind of recognizing, especially at the end of the day, you know what? When I took this trade, it was more of an impulse than an intuition. Impulses are fear and emotional reactions. So the reason that we have this, is this in my best interest up there, is because impulses, according to the way this trading psychologist was explaining to me, and again, I'm not a psychologist, I'm just going through my experience with this particular trading psychologist, is the impulses are, again, fear and emotionally based. And when fear is involved, a lot of the reactions that you're going to do to that fear don't really go through conscious thought. You go straight from the amygdala in your brain to your finger. It's fight or flight. The amygdala is in your brain, and it's an antenna. It is there to help protect you from risks. It is there to help protect you from danger. And anytime it senses danger, it gets you into a fight or flight kind of state of mind. So recognizing that when we have an impulse, it's probably not going through conscious thought. Impulses are things that we might do over and over again, and immediately after we do it, we put that position on because we're afraid we're going to miss the move. That's an impulse. That is a move out of fear. Okay, so the recognition of that and being able to stop yourself from taking impulsive moves, and there are going to be impulsive moves that you're going to take that might actually profit you. There are going to be some that are probably not going to be good ideas, but they're not part of your process. They're not part of your strategies. They're not part of being a cerebral trader, thinking things through. Asking yourself before you take any trade, is this in my best interest, is a good way to ask yourself, is this an impulse? Did I think this through? Instead of doing it and then going, oh man, every time I do this, it never works. You feel when you do that, when you tell yourself that after you get into a trade, you're probably a lot closer to the impulse side than the intuition side. Impulses yell at us. Intuitions whisper. When you're getting a very strong urge, how are you going to know the difference between if it's an impulse or an intuition? First off, if you're brand new to trading, you don't have any intuition. You're counting basically on pattern recognition and probably mostly acting out of fear. But as you gain experience as a trader, and this is I think a really good way to help get to know yourself as a trader is by doing this emotional journal. Now, I've talked to a lot of traders about this. Many of them probably did what I did and said, I'm not interested. I don't think that's going to help me. Many of them have. They have done it and they have found some of the benefits of this. No, trend surfer, before you put on any trade, you can verbally ask yourself, is this in my best interest? In other words, if it is a fear-based reaction, just asking yourself that question is going to push that into your conscious thought. And then you're going to be able to make a better decision. Is this in my best interest? Yes. You know what? This is not an impulse. This is an intuition, or this is pattern recognition. This is part of my strategy. Bang, I'm in the trade. It takes 1 second to say those 6 little words. Okay. So another thing that I found as a benefit of this is the recognition of how before a trade, emotion, physical, mental, before a trade, I found a pattern in myself, and I would probably kind of suggest that you may have this same kind of pattern. Some of you that have been around and with me for a while have heard this, and I apologize for the reiteration, but a lot of folks haven't. The first pattern that appeared when I started doing this emotional journal was trades that looked like layups, obvious trades where, oh my God, this looks so good, I have to take it, had a lower probability of trading out successfully than trades that made me nervous. Think about that. Layups are probably going to be taken by a large quantity of short time frame traders that are looking at the same thing. The more traders that take it, the less likely it is to succeed. And if you are going to take a layup trade like that, you have to think about, okay, you know what? This is one of those trades that I've taken a million times, gotten stopped out of, and then had the trade play out my way. Recognizing that it's a layup, demand good trade location. Think about where your entry would be, and then think about where your stop would be, and think about getting in where your stop would be. because when you have a whole bunch of traders in short time frame, pea shooters like me, like us, the more traders that take it, the more their stops are going to be, accumulate above or below a specific level, and you're going to have the algos that are going to try and push the market to those stops where they're going to be able to assume better trade location, and that's where you want to be. You don't want to be in when everybody else is in for layups. You want to wait until their stops get taken out and then take the trade. It's going to reduce your risk and perhaps even expand your profit target in doing that. The reason that I think that the nervous trades are better trades, these are sometimes taken just because they're really cheap. When I first started in the trading pit, I was really the best at buying tops and selling bottoms. So the market would be rallying. I'm thinking, man, I'm going to miss this whole thing. And I'd finally reach out and I'd get one bought, and that would be the high, and I'd have to scramble out at a loss. I could do that either direction as well. I could, have the market breaking, and finally, by the time I moved to get in, I'm selling the low. Well, after 3 days of doing this and just getting smoked, the guy that was standing behind me poked me in the back and said, "You have no idea how good you are at this." And I said, "What are you talking about? I mean, if you're standing here watching, I've been getting just killed, buying every high and selling every low for days now. How are you telling me I'm good at this?" And he says, "No, it's not the direction. Your timing is unbelievable. When you get that urge to sell the low like that, just buy it. And when you get the urge to buy the high, just sell it." And to me, that was, kind of preposterous. I think I gave him a shot in the gut, and I stepped out of the pit. And then I went home and I looked at everything, and I said, you know what? He's right. He's right. I'm being moved to act just the wrong way. This is the reason why I think that the trades that I'm most nervous about are usually, well, number one, they're contrary trades. I'm always nervous about getting into trends because historically I've been terrible at it. I'm getting much better at it. Using the volume profiles to, up against low volume nodes has made a big difference to that. But so that's why I think that when I started to recognize that pattern using the emotional journal, it only takes a few times, maybe 10, 15 times of taking a layup trade, getting stopped out, and then having the trade play my way before you start to recognize, that every time it's a layup, I got to be much stingier with my trade location. If it's a layup, I've got to make sure that my direct, I call them competitors. Traders aren't necessarily competitors, although, we are working for ourselves. But my direct time frame traders are going to be taking the same trade. I want to make sure that I want to get their stops at before I get in. And it might sound mean, but they have no problem getting my stops filled, right? So layup trades demand good trade location. Think about getting in where you would have put your stop. And then, when you're looking at a trade and it is part of your strategy and it's making you a little bit nervous, those tend to be the trades for me that have kind of a higher probability of success. Now, I'm not suggesting trying to pick bottoms or pick tops. That would always make me nervous because I've been run over so many times I can't even tell you. But when it gets to a trade, maybe it's just a cheap trade. Maybe you're nervous about it, but if you can manage the risk on it and the risk is small, those are some of the best trades I've had are taken because they made me nervous and because they were cheap. Always be looking for the cheap trades. Now, you don't really need this template. You can make it yourself. I don't know how many people I would be able to send it out to. But if you want it, I will try and send this file if you email group coaching at topstep.com. I'll try and answer everybody's email if you want it. There's nothing that says you have to do this. There's nothing that says any of this is going to help. But to me, this was, again, something I fought and something, this was, I'm talking 109, we're talking 13 years ago, and something that I still do. But I mean, you can just trisect a piece of paper like this and start writing. And, if you don't feel something change, then you don't have to write anything. And remember, the emotional part is the most difficult. One of the things that came up while I was doing this, when still working with this trading psychologist, was I found that it was kind of redundant, particularly on the emotional side, because the emotional side is where you really have to think, where you have to dig deep, because the emotional difficulties and barriers that we have are what you're trying to seek over time using this emotional journal. There are memories that I'd forgotten about that came up because I was doing this. And if you're going to kind of, I don't want to say, you don't want to like self-psychiatry yourself, but it takes a lot of work to dig into the back corners of your brain where we keep things that we don't talk about at parties. And those are the barriers that we find that make traders struggle the most. Basically, I think all of us are hardwired the wrong way because nobody likes to take losses and everybody likes to take profits. So we avoid losses, creating bigger losses, and we take profits, creating small profits. Professional traders have learned to wire themselves the opposite way, and this may be a tool that is going to be able to help you. Joe, do I compile results at the end of the day? If you're talking to me, yes. I mean, I'll just, if I take 5 trades, I'll do this 5 different trades, and then just kind of go through it at the end of the day. If I'm compiling results, I'm not really sure. You can also kind of add a grade to the trade. Is it a number 1? Is it in strategy? Is it and ends up being a winner? Is it a number 2? Is it in strategy and is a loss? Is it a number 3? Is it out of strategy and is a loss? And the most detrimental trade that a trader can take is a number 4, which is a trade that is out of strategy and you get paid for it. That just reinforces bad behavior. I mean, this is only part of the journaling process. What a lot of traders talk about is, I think Jared Tendler talks about it. I think Rips was talking about it, is that end of day, just unloading and writing down all the good things that you did today, all the bad things you did today, just to get them out. And I would do that after doing the review of the emotional journal. Okay. So, again, if you want it, I will try and respond to everybody, hopefully by the end of the day today, and send you this file so you can have this. Some guy, what if it's out of your strategy, you make some money and you maybe found a strategy? That's not probably going to be sustainable for very long. It's kind of a capitulation play when you just, maybe you're down on the day and you put on the maximum position and you say, screw it, I'm either going to bust out or it's going to go my way. And if you bust out, then you bust out. But if it goes your way, you think you're a genius. And the next time, that's why this is dangerous. Some guy, because you traded outside your strategy and you got paid for it. The next time you're in that situation, you're going to remember that and you're going to do it again. And if the trading gods, your trading gods, are anything like my trading gods, 9 out of 10 times, it's not going to go well. So the email is group coaching, one word, at topstep.com. Let me put it in here. Oops. Hang on one second.
Yeah, I should be now. Okay, I was going to announce the random winners real quick from the quiz while you're doing that. The random numbers went to place 136 and place 156. So the winners were Pigforatic and Radio Flyer. That's Pigforatic and Radio Flyer. Congrats, y'all.
Thanks. Thanks, Jack. All right. Congratulations to the winners. All right. Now, there was a question. There was a connection problem with Quantower. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to help with that if you're here, Jose or Elvin. That's something that you're going to want to contact our support team about. And then Fred had a question. Hey, James, you won. Oh, that's right. Radio Flyer. How about that? Nice job. All right. So Fred has it's of course, another a market-based question here regarding markets from today. So let me get this program back up here, this platform. I don't know what I did. I must have X'd it out instead of minimizing it. No, that's not what I want. There we go. All right. So, all right. Fred is looking at the S&Ps. And Fred, I'm hoping that you are still here. So we're going to look at this 30-minute chart. We're also going to look at the market profile. If you are just whoever it was is having difficulty. Hang on a second here. Just connecting to Quantower. So, in this regard, I'm probably not going to be able to help them that much. I don't really know Quantower that well, number one. All right, Fred. So looking at the 30-minute the S&P 500 chart on Wednesday, today, saw the open at 4269.50, 4269.50 right here. Okay. So we can see that is in range, in value, probably going to be better off looking for better trade locations as the day goes on, which has been proven correct so far today. So for I want to prepare a scenario for both rallies and sell-offs. For my scenario of buying weakness on Wednesday, I was confused. Where would I expect buyers to enter? Looking below the market at the open, I couldn't decide how to prioritize the multiple levels I saw. Can I help? Yes. Sometimes it's just that way. All right. So, Fred, he's talking about the first level he saw. Now, this is going to include the overnight session. This is today. This is yesterday. This is the overnight session. The first level he saw was probably the TPO point of control or the volume point of control down here for a potential entry. Okay. What did we do first? First thing we did was leave the opening range the low of the session. Well, the market didn't really continue this push to the upside for very long. Then the market pushed lower. With the market opening in range and in value, I'm probably going to be much closer once the opening range has been traded on both sides to be patient and wait for the market to establish the initial balance. Okay. So the market establishes the initial balance here in B period, A period high. Now we have the initial balance. If I'm looking for an opportunity for a long, the market has already shown me the first hour's range. I'm going to be much closer to having a cheap trade by being this patient, by looking to trade perhaps against the initial balance low, which, by the way, lines up relatively well with the overnight point of control and the value low from yesterday. It's not a high excess low from the low yesterday. Where we tested our weekly kickoff low, we went through it, we rejected. We knew we had some possible overnight inventory to the long side, which might have offered you more of an opportunity to see some of that unravel before looking for longs. But the markets love to make a liar out of me, Fred. And sometimes when the market opens in range and in value, it'll drive away from there. But, once we had the opening range, take out the low after looking to the upside first, now I can say, all right, now I'm just going to see what the initial balance offers as far as opportunities. So we got two opportunities to get a cheap trade at the low here. Now I saw a question earlier, what's a cheap trade? Well, B period is the low of the initial balance. It's the initial balance is the first hour of the session. Quite often, and in most markets, the one extreme of the initial balance remains one extreme of the regular trading hour session, approximately 65 to 75% of the time. It happens to be this one. C period comes within 2 ticks of the low of the day and turns around. D period comes within within 2 points of the low of the day, turns around. So those are cheap trades. I'll take this trade every day just because of how cheap it is. Even if I don't even think it's going to work, because it makes me nervous. We're pretty close to the edge there. Okay. So now we have a little bit of excess up here. We're back in range. We're going to probably rotate. The next part of the question, the first level I saw is the point of control from the lower distribution of Tuesday's profile, 42.68. Point of control. It's also an anomaly. Well, we got that anomaly pretty much right on the open. Okay, and if we had that opportunity with the opening range at the low of the day, that would have been a great trade location. Very low risk. The double distribution trend day. Did we get to it? Well, we got to one point of control here, volume point of control, TPO point of control. We hit this one. We didn't quite get to this one. So what doesn't happen is as important as what does sometimes, right, Fred? Excess high, back into range, back into the early range, range bound. So, we did get pretty deep through these points of control. Once we took out the low of that opening range, this one was now moot. In my opinion, this is really easy in hindsight to look at all this stuff and get it. All right. Then I looked at the weekly kickoff low down at 42.40. Maybe buyers wouldn't enter at either of those two levels. Maybe buyers would wait for the weekly kickoff low. It's entirely possible. I mean, that is definitely a potential scenario. I mean, look at where we did on the overnight. We tested to it and rejected. If we continued to move lower, this would have been a nice little area that I probably would have looked for an execution. The overnight low was pretty far away, right? Overnight longs, maybe. So, being confused about prioritizing those levels, I think that the most important thing was recognizing that we opened in a range and in value. Okay, if the opening range trade did not remain low, stop, let the initial balance establish itself, and then focus on the extremes. Good to see you, Pablo. Pablo's doing some coaching on his own here. Very nice. Congratulations on your success. We're looking forward to your success continuing, of course. All right. Fred, I hope that helped. John has a couple of questions. He's been watching TopstepTV, been trading a personal account for a year now, and has a few questions. How do you compute naked point of control, and how do you use it to trade? How long is the opening range? 15 minutes. And how do you use it to trade? Never done a prop firm, and I'm seriously considering getting one from you guys, but I'm a bit nervous. I've just heard of prop firms, so I know nothing. I have questions, but don't know what questions to ask. Well, I mean, John, you're hopefully here. You can ask questions in the chat. There's a lot of folks here that have been here with us for a while. They'd probably be pretty good to answer some of those questions. And of course, you can always email more questions in for us for group coaching. Okay, John. So the point of control. There are 2 points of control, and if you're not familiar with the volume profile or market profile, this may seem a little bit Greek, if you will. So the TPO point of control is always going to be the widest line of TPOs horizontally that's closest to the center of the range. It's the most visited over time. Okay. So in knowing that this is the most popular price on a range bound day, this is probably one of the last places I looked for an execution. Look where we are right now. It's the most popular price. People have been comfortable seeing price at this level. It's also usually going to be relatively close to the highest volume single price, which is the volume point of control, which is right here. You can see this little caret right here. Now I'm using this platform because I think it's a little bit more visually easy for people to recognize. So the point of control can migrate throughout the day. Volume, obviously, if the volume starts to build up here, volume point of control can bring the volume point of control higher. If we were to spend a lot more time up here throughout the day, we would have moved the point of control from pretty much where it is right now, which is relatively centrally located, to up here, just over time. So the migration of the point of control is something that you can use. It's a little bit maybe lagging because you're going to be looking at, volume is compiling higher. That's possibly kind of marking the success of the auction in that direction. So you might want to watch the migration of point of control over time. Point of control can also be a good target. It can also be an interesting opportunity for an execution. but it's just one of the many tools and nuances that are available in the market and the volume profiles. How do I use it to trade? Typically, I avoid trading at it. Now, if the market is directional, sometimes you'll have an opportunity to look for a decent trade at point of control. What I don't like about it is, where do I limit my risk? You know, if I were to buy right here where we're trading right now at the volume point of control, how do I know that that long is wrong? Where is the level that tells me that I should get out of this trade? It's a long ways away. So in range-bound markets, which I believe we are falling into range-bound activity for the day today, in range-bound markets, this would be the worst place to trade. I want to trade above value or below value for opportunities. I gotta, in order to limit risk. Okay, now we can probably go back and look. I'm just going to bring another chart up here that doesn't include the overnights. Okay, well, here's the high from yesterday, pretty close to this point of control. This point of control was naked. We took care of that on this day. You're going to find sometimes that these points of control are targeted. Haven't gotten to this one. Sometimes they are targeted. Well, almost got to this one. This was kind of a repair day eventually. We opened here, we traded to this volume point of control or this distribution point of control, and we almost got to this point of control within a few ticks of it up here, right here. So we missed it by a few ticks. Is that close enough? So, and they're also usually going to be somewhat or somehow or in a big way involved in creating the weekly kickoff levels. 4240 was the close of a regular trading hour session gap from back in June on the continuous chart. That's why in large part why it was put there. Okay. As far as depending, I don't know what platform you're using, John. If you could tell me what platform you're using, I might be able to help you a little bit more with that. Trading View. So this one. All right. So this is the profiles on here they're kind of a custom thing that somebody made for me. They don't really, I don't know if they have necessarily volume profile or session volume profiles, but you're always going to be able to see them on TopstepTV. If you have Trading View, you can also look at TS Trader, which has a TPO chart. Now you can find that TPO chart on Tradeovate. You can't use legacy chart. You got to go to chart. But once you pull up a chart, you'll be able to change that chart from candlesticks to TPOs here. Footprint. How do I use the volume profile? Well, the volume profile is something that I look at less in longer time frame but something that I use in shorter time frame. So in TopstepTV yesterday, just to kind of give an example of how I use it in directional markets, The market, kind of left balance here. We started driving lower and we started to accumulate some volume down in this area. Okay. So we have the open, we have volume, we have a low volume node right here. Now, again, remember, this is for directional markets. It's not something that I look at for range bound types of situations. So the market came down here, started building some volume. And then, well, actually, I think I can do this. Okay. So the market came down here. This is B period, C period, A, B, C period. The market started, you can see the volume that started to accumulate here and the lack of volume here. Okay, this is higher volume. This is lower volume. This high volume node to this low volume node. What I'll do in directional markets is I'll see this, look at this low volume node here as potential resistance for shorts. The other direction we would call it support, but in this case we're looking for the market to go lower. So my entry would be somewhere between the high volume node and the low volume node. I think we got lucky yesterday. I think we sold it at 825, 1025. Oh, this is NASDAQ. I am sorry. We should be looking at the S&Ps. So here it is. So actually, it was pretty early in the session. A period, B period, came back up, tested to. I'm in the wrong spot here. Here it is. Okay. So the market, B period, I think, came up here and was kind of consolidating here. You can see the amount of volume that was compiling here. And this low volume node was here. I think we sold 4310 quarters. This isn't necessarily presenting as correct. Let me take a look at something here. Well, no, it was down here. It was 11 quarters. Okay. So the market, A period, B period, were one time framing lower. We have a low volume node all the way down and a very low volume node here. Geez, gonna find the right spot here. So as an example, I said, if we think that the market is going to continue the move to the downside, this low volume node here looks very enticing for a potential resistance. So we go and we look at the high volume node to the low volume node. Somewhere in this shoulder from the high volume node to the low volume node is our entry, and we take risk all the way through the low volume node up to this level. So we know we're going to be risking six points to get into this trade. We ended up at 81 quarter. I'm pretty sure that was our execution yesterday. And we actually ended up, having a pretty decent trade. I didn't hold on to it long. It was more of an example of how to look for opportunities in these volume shoulders on continuous days. So there's a million ways, and there's a lot of information online about the volume profile, market profile. Check out Jim Dalton, his website, and some of his webinars. Check out the Topstep YouTube channel. There's some webinars on there that we've done about market profile and all of that. And we'll look forward to, hopefully seeing your success. So you want to watch the SPX? Oh, CBO. I don't really know much about that, Mike. Like I said at the beginning, if it's something I don't know about, I would have to take a much deeper look into this, Mike. We will take a look at it. He's asking about the CBOE's S&P 500 dispersion index measuring market opportunity. I'll have to take a look at that and come back to you for that. And on that note, I think we're going to be in good shape. Few people looking for that PDF file, and I will certainly get that out to you as soon as possible. All right. Dad wisdom. So when it comes to journaling, it's not going to hurt you to do it. It can only speed your learning curve. One of my dad's wisdoms was, you know what? It's the things that you don't do that you'll regret, not the things that you do. There's Pops right there. There's his badge that I have behind me right here up on his flag. I don't know if you can see it from here, but he's a good guy, good trader, good man. Thank you all for joining me today. Have a great rest of the session. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning on Topstep TV. And then I'm going to be out for a few days for Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll be off in Florida doing a little R&R and having some fun. So blessings to you all, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning. Don't forget to be kind to yourselves. This is hard work. We deserve to be good to ourselves. We deserve to do something nice for ourselves. Don't forget to do something nice for everybody else or anybody else. And pray for peace, please. Love you all. We'll see you later.